streaming. Are we good? We got audio? Yes, we do. Okay, there we go. So the Twitch stream is on, the YouTube thing is on, everything is on for us. Okay, so if we go to Excalibur, no, we go to Firefox, and then I am gonna make a hideous amount of typos right now because everything is a little bit awkward. Their keyboard is too far away. It's like in a different place. I gotta move everything forward a little bit. And does this work as a mouse? It does not work as a mouse. So that's even better, right? Can we do freestyle drawing? Lol. Yeah, we can, right? So keep the... can I like control drag, shift drag? Alt drag? No, that's a different thing. Oh, look at that. Okay, that's just pushing the button. Okay. Can we lock you in then? Wow. Now you can truly see the bug with Excalibur in Firefox. Oh, beautiful. Have they fixed it? No, they have not. No fix. Okay, right. But this works, okay? So where are we at? Now that I got all this set up though, right? I kind of do feel like I don't really want this, but I'll deal with this later, right? Okay, so now that I managed to get rid of everyone, what was it that I was gonna do? I think I'm gonna park this though. I said I did all this stuff, and then I'm gonna move it because it's driving me a bit cray with the pen being the way it is. I need you to not be... I mean, we could run the keyboard wirelessly, couldn't we? I mean, that's the whole point of this keyboard, part of it at least, right? Hello? Are you being unhelpful? No, that works. Why aren't you working? Did I somehow kill this thing? Oh, I have the world's longest cable. What am I doing? I mean, that is the question though, isn't it? What am I doing? Okay, plug you in, plug you in. I need to clean this keyboard again. It is getting a little bit grody. But it's dead though. My keyboard is dead. Dead, Jim. No, it's back. All right. Okay, cool beans. You know what? Let's get out of there. Let's do a little bit of something else. Okay, you guys want to do a game doll? Let's do a game doll. Game doll dot classic. There we go. Right. Oh, what a weird setup this is. I need longer USB-C cables for this to work, right? What do we have here? I am not familiar with this at all. A gun. I don't know this game. I am unfamiliar with this. Okay, hang on. Is it that musical rhythm game where you're some kind of dude with a guitar? It's like a musical rhythm game with a bunch of quick time events and stuff. It's not Jet Set Radio. I got a hype train starter. How did that happen? Sorry, why don't I see Twitch anywhere? I see so many users things, but I don't see... Okay, let's get into... I'm so sorry, I missed everything. Okay. Twitch. Manager, there we go. Okay, let me see what I missed, right? And let's see. Okay, so hype train started. Anonymous, thank you so much for a gift sub to Rust Sucks. Thank you so much to Mogambro for the resub. And yes, and then it's the game doll. Okay, I don't remember the name of this thing. I think you're a dude with a lethal something. I don't know. Lethal League Blaze. I have no idea what this is. It's probably not even the thing that I think of. So I'm gonna say I have no idea, right? Hard to place. Graphic wise, I'm thinking early 2000. But it could also be that yeah, there we go, right? It wasn't early 2000. It was just me being obsessed with this particular texture of a helmet, which I for some reason thought was an arm, but there you go, right? All right, I knew one, but not the other. A hype train is, oh, you know what? You just look it up. It is, but it's a result of lots of people subscribing or sharing bits or something like that in the process, right? Okay, so should we get to it then? That is correct, Bastronic. Let's go to Twitch comms, and there we go. Well, you guess which game it is based on pieces of an image, right? Okay, so set up Twitch, set up components. These two are, for all intents and sausages, correct. Bot address has to be configurable, right? So we are going to create a new config in here. But it is a little bit awkward. Maybe we don't need the config for this thing. Can we go to BunnyBot and look at the config there, right? No, apparently we can't. That's what I want to look at, right? We don't have any of this. Thank you guys for the hype train. Scam train incoming. Okay, so maybe that one's going to be unhelpful. So we have to make a new config.toml file here. Okay. And let's have a socket. BunnyBot socket is, and we're just going to grab here. Well, apparently, that's what we need, right? Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Hi-Fi Rush. Let's have a look. Hi-Fi Rush. Yes, this is very much the game I was thinking of. All right. I thought he had a guitar, but apparently not. Apparently not. There's some kind of, I don't know what that is, but yes, this is exactly the game I was thinking of. Good spot. Okay, so we have a config there just for the socket. That seems almost superfluous. Yeah, we can't justifiably introduce another config just for that. So instead, we're going to pass in the bot address. But then let's have this thing be something that you kind of compose as you intend to use it. So we shall, on that note, do that. Okay. So let me clarify what it is that we're building here then for anyone who wants to know. I want to build a bunch of things that uses Twitch information, and I got a little bit tired of doing the same like mapping over and over and over again. There's a value in doing that, is that you preserve a bunch of memory when you do that. You save yourself from having to sit there and map data types. But it also means you're getting a heinous amount of data that you don't need. And I think as Rust programmers or programmers of certain types of languages in general, we tend to maybe be a little bit scared. I am definitely projecting here, right? We tend to be a little bit scared of our memory usage, right? Oh my God, you allocated a string. I will now come to your house and deallocate you. So we tend to be a little bit like overcautious about this. And to be very upfront, this thing will allocate like it's going out of style, okay? This thing will allocate loads and loads of data that you probably don't need, okay? There is a reason for that. The reason for that is I don't know what other people need, okay? We could make this something that you configure and customize and blah, blah, blah. But then I feel like we're kind of walking away from what really matters here. and that is supposed to be simple and easy to use, right? We want something. I say we, but let me be less like personality crisis and go straight and say I want something that I can very easily incorporate in other projects and use and get this Twitch information without having to worry too much about it, right? So so for that reason, we do end up doing a lot of things. Let me show you exactly how much data we collect. So for a chat message, you might want to know who's sending the message and what is the message. But we are getting so much more. Okay, we're getting the username, we're getting the text, we're getting the type of message, the color of the username. They're the same as we're using here. We're getting fragments, which is something that Twitch is offering. We're getting badges, we're getting replies. Look at badge. A badge contains set ID, ID, and info. We might have no reason to use a badge whatsoever, but we do. On top of badges, we use fragments. Fragments contains a fragment type, some text, a cheer emote, an emote, and a mention. And then the cheer emote contains prefix, bits, and tier. And an emote contains text ID and set ID. So an emote and a cheer emote is practically the same thing, but they are called different things. Arguably, we could have made a type alias here, but still, right? So all this information, right? All this information just to get like the username, the color of it maybe, and the text, right? So it's not really a diet version of it. Now, if you look at this and go, that's insane, I will never use that. That's fine. I don't mind if you don't use this, right? I personally just don't want to rewrite the same thing over and over and over again, right? I don't want that because it's tedious. So instead, I'm making a uniform library at the expense of some memory, right? And rather than customizing the fields I care about, I just get all the fields because I know which ones I'm going to use. Okay, there we go. So that said, because for some reason, right? Enough string to make a sweater, indeed. So that said, let's get some configuration going for this thing, right? So the idea here is that we are going to give this thing a receiver so we can send component actions into this thing, right? And there are three different actions that we can do. We can say that we want to subscribe to a topic internally, or we want to unsubscribe from a topic. This should happen when you mount or unmount a component out of the tree, right? Then there's a backlog where we give it a channel name and a widget ID, and it will give us the current messages in the backlog. This is relevant if you're building a chat where you keep hitting the microphone. If you're building a chat that is listing multiple chat messages, right? And you turn the program on and off again, you want to get those messages back again. Pretty much what we're doing here, right? This should now load all the old messages. It doesn't because there's a bug in here. I have now goofed up. You can see this thing trying to reconnect, but it can't. Oops. Let's see if this will work then. Yeah, so this program we didn't have to restart. I don't know why. I'm going to investigate that bug at some point, but it is not relevant now. But it should, if I turn it on and off again now, if not enough time passes to, I think it gets stuck in a loop with the sessions, right? Then it is fine to do that. Hello, C3, how you doing? So yeah, the backlog will allow you to get a bunch of messages that are there. So we have effectively two backlogs running now. We have a global backlog, which is running as a part of this program here, right? And I will release this too, but while this is exhibiting some kind of issues like the reconnection issue, I don't want to release it just yet. So we need to fix that bug before we do that. But I think that's stuff that I can do off stream that is not going to be relevant or interesting even to you to watch me do that, right? So I can subscribe, I can unsubscribe, and I can get a backlog of messages. And we're going to implement the backlog today, amongst other things. The handle is what I use with my component to do something. So I give every component a handle, so the component can then take that handle and say, I want to get chat messages, for instance, right? That's kind of the point. But there's a lot going on here, and I think we can do this a little bit nicer. So we have this start function, and we're going to have to give the bunnybot socket path here. Socket, which is a string slice. Really, this should implement as ref path if we're gonna be really right. I do plus. I'm just hoping that that will improve the way I'm perceived online as well. People might take me more serious if I do. Use path and path. Is it working for you? Do you feel like this is the right thing to do? Now in our start function, we're supposed to pass that in. So let's pass in temp bunny bot dot socket like that. Because we do have that import thing. That's why I claim. Well, there you go, right? There you go. So apparently I'm doing something right. Okay, so once we get to the start function, we're going to return the handle from there. So really all you have to do is call the start function, and we have to pass in a list of channel names because we have to tell the overall software what is it that we're interested in, right? Because we're getting a copious amount of data from Twitch, right? If we go here and have a look, we can see that there are lots of messages in here. Incoming remote value. I was kind of hoping for a bit more information. Here we go, right? We have all of these things that we are subscribed to. All of these things can emit messages like hype train begin, hype train end, so on and so forth, right? And all that information is going to be available in the root of the data that we aggregate, right? Inside this aggregator. But that data is not relevant to, say, this thing, right? If we're going to build a Twitch chat, we probably don't care about that, right? Or maybe we do, right? Maybe we want to build up some statistics on chat messages. Then why would we care about hype trains, right? So for that reason, we pass in a list of channel names that are relevant to us. We're also passing in a path to the socket that we're going to use here. So in our run function, we are passing the bot address there. We don't want that. Instead, we're going to call this thing the socket. There we go. All right. I wish I could blame the tablet on my typos, but I can't, right? I would love dgen to do that, but I'm on the very, very strict orders not to shave again as much as I did last time. Apparently I shaved off too much and it caused a little bit of ruckus in the family. There we go, right? Okay, but apparently that one wasn't loving what we did here. So we are taking a string slice here. We need to change this to import as ref path as well, right? So this is going to keep us a little bit more, let's fix this thing, more versatile in what it is that we can accept here, right? And then, okay, you want a path buff. Okay, so then we can do maybe an into here. Now we can do an as ref and then an into, then that works. Okay. Now I've goofed up something here. Right, it is the fact that we cannot send this as ref across thread boundaries. That sort of makes sense. So instead of doing it here, we're going to say that our bunny bot socket underscore, please. That was very hard. Socket is bunny socket into, or rather as ref and then into, and we have to say that this thing is a path. We don't have to say that because we're going to let type inference do this for us. So here we're saying that we're taking a path address, no, sorry, a path buffer instead, right? Like so, and we shouldn't have to do anything here but that. There we go. Now, what's the last argument? That's the socket, right? Okay, we have to do this here already. So that's just gonna be a path buff here as well. Path buff. So no need to do any of that. And then here, Okay, there we go. Whoops. That was the wrong thing. There we go, right? So now it's looking a little bit better, right? Where are we going from here? So we made the sockets into what it is that we want. So we can now pass a string or a string slice or a path buff or whatever it is that we want to pass, and this thing should work. As a matter of fact, if we do pass a path buff, very little will actually happen here in terms of transformation. Again, we probably shouldn't care too much. Hello, Kappas, how you doing? Chat message equals hello. Yeah, I have to get the YouTube stuff involved in this as well. Unfortunately, YouTube is a little bit of a disaster because they are using technology from the early 90s. When it comes to their chat, they are literally just reloading the page, right? Like they're pulling, not reloading the page, but they're pulling messages every 5 seconds, which in 2025 is an insane way of dealing with things, right? It is an absolute insane way of dealing with chat, right? I can't understand the reasoning behind it. Doesn't mean that there isn't one. It could be that they did the math and implementing a WebSocket chat in YouTube would have cost the company 10 billion, and the return on this investment would have been -5 sandwiches, right? It is impossible for me to know. I can but speculate. Either way, so we can now start this thing. This isn't too bad. It's a little bit runty the way things are being done here. So we're gonna do this, okay? Set up Twitch, and then here we are going to set up component actions. So this is where we start all these things. And then here we are going to receive messages, right? So this is the main loop of the program. Wow, that sounds exciting, Cat Peasant. My thoughts go out to you, buddy. Hopefully everything will go fine. Okay. Yes, now I can totally see that, right? I can totally see that. Okay, so we have messages coming in here. These are messages coming in. These are the backlog coming in. So now we need to store these messages as well. And what I think might make most sense is if we store the messages on the channel, so the channel keeps their own backlogs with a specific amount of, say, 100. Now, it would be great to be able to configure this, but I think it's going to be too much configuration to have that. So we just go with an EC100, right? We are doing a transformation when we do a channel emit here. So here we're doing the transformation, and then here we're going to store value in backlog, and then we are going to finally publish value, right? Or publish message. And then store message in backlog. So we're going to do the conversion. We're going to do this thing now. So we need to add a backlog of messages to this. That's problematic because now every channel needs to have its own type. So this is now generic over T. If we look at the trait bounds here, we don't need the try from here. So let's just do this. Okay, backlog. Backlog is a vec of T, or a vec the Q, if you will. You can pronounce it however you see fit. It's not an issue. Right. Yeah, that's where it falls flat, isn't it? Ship. Okay, let's walk this one down. So close. I guess we could hard code them. But I also think that might be the wrong thing to do because we probably create these based on the channel names, right? Okay. Okay. Oh, crazy. That when I move my mouse cursor down, there's a little thing here. Oh man, can I have chat on here? Will you work now? I am a little bit disappointed in this. Why am I doing wrong? You are working. I am simple. Okay. Okay, we can do this. I don't need no filthy cables here. So if I do... okay, so now I have Discord there. Why would I want that? That is completely meaningless. Okay, it was just fun to look at. Okay, so the channels are probably going to be created based on that. Yes. I can see an improvement we can do here. Right now, I have required that this thing does the subscription upfront, but maybe we don't do that. Maybe we don't do the subscription upfront. Instead, we do it when we need it. So the backlog cannot exist for now. We have to work around that somehow. How do we do this? It would have been nice to store the backlog, but I'm guessing I can't. Right, then you know what we can do? We can store the value in the backlog. That is not ideal. It's actually quite gross to do because we have to do the translation for every value if we do that, but it could work. It's probably going to be better to box the value than not, right? It would be better to box the value instead of storing the value as part of this, right? Sorry. What am I working on? I'm working on a way to get really, really easy access to Twitch data in your Rust applications. Like insanely easy to build TUIs around this stuff. So we never have to map data again. We don't have to deal with any of that stuff, right? So I think this should be really, really simple to use, and anyone should be able to just drag in Twitch data into whatever program they're building, basically. My concern here is that I am doing something stupid, which is, what we do. As a matter of fact, this thing doesn't even have to have anything to do with TUIs at all. Now that I think about this, this could work for anything. It's just that it has the try from implementation. So really, all we have to do is tell it what to do with a message, right? Okay, we're not gonna make this any more generic for now. This thing is probably already too generic. Instead, storing the backlog is important. Let's go to lib. It is very warm. I was hoping for some moderate making fun of me today for this as well. I said to my wife that she's totally allowed to make fun of me for wearing this. I am also wearing linen pants, so we're going like full, not tracksuit pants, but linen pants. So we're somewhere in there. I may or may not be a vegan, right? You don't quite know. And I have my own herb garden, which is failing miserably, by the way, but get some extra lady views. Okay, where you're on Twitch, Temporis. Where do you expect these to come from? Anyway, thank you for the follow, Rabbit Drum. Oh, love the name. Love the name. So we're emitting chat messages here, but we have nowhere to store them. The message type does not... Yeah, we need this map, right? We need this map. Ooh, Nelly. What I was thinking is that we could possibly make this always temporous. I say always, but I've gone through so much burnout and misery, but I think I'm finding my way in the world. So I am quite content with everything as far as it stands, right? I have found I can't talk about this without sounding like I'm either trying to sell you a book, get you to buy into my diet, or join my cult. But needless to say, I have found myself to be quite content. If wearing a tank top is a cure for burnout, sign me out. Well, you gotta buy my book first, all right? Buy my book. Combating burnout. Okay, so we're gonna have a message type. We have channels. Where is the setup again? Where we pass. See, I don't think we need the channel names. I'm gonna get rid of the channel names because I think we can do better. And this is gonna be concerning, but it's gonna be what we do. Now, this error message is a little bit confusing because it's not really the message that we're looking for here. We're going to get rid of channel names there as well to start our Twitch service. And there we go. Now, we're supposed to subscribe to these channels, okay? But instead, we're going to do this part when we get a message that pertains to a channel, right? You probably have a hot water one somewhere in your house, VMT. If you look around, I'm sure you will find it. So instead of registering multiple channels, we're going to make this possible to register individual channels instead, and only as we need them, right? So rather than me having to say upfront, I want to get all chat messages, I want to get all channel point events, I'm just going to say this component wants chat messages. Therefore, there has to be at least one registration for chat messages, right? Shio goes to private mountain meditation retreat. Oh, not that like the douchebags on the mountain. Oh, good grief, man. The end of the world with the douchebags on the mountain. Do you know the one I'm talking about? Okay, so this is what we have to move into one place now, right? No channels for you. And no channels for you. Okay, there we go. And then from that one with Steve Carell, I don't remember the other people, but it was such a thing, wasn't it? Okay, so when we are, we need this agent to be allowed to do something, right? Oh, this is in the Twitch service. This is to the aggregator. Okay, this means that we need to resolve the aggregator. Timmy Jimmy J, thank you for the follow. We need to resolve the aggregator before we get here. So the bridge has to be established before we are here, which is somewhat frustrating, isn't it? Temporis, thank you so much. Thank you for the gift sub. Now, if you got a gift sub, say thank you to Temporis. I can't force you to do that though, but I really appreciate that. Okay. Then we walk a step back from here. So let's go to where we use the Twitch service. That will be in here. And where we get the sub value here. This is where we have to do this, okay? If there isn't a registered interest in the channel, that's going to be the channel name. Or let's say if there are no subs for this channel, it will be created. And interest should be registered at this point. Right, so that's how we do it. Okay, let's go in here. And if it's none, this is where we are supposed to do. So this means that this thing becomes asynchronous. And of course, because we make it async, we have to await. And obviously, something can go wrong here. Now, we need to make this restartable. So should any part of this fail, then we need to kind of back away and start again. We have a bunch of unwraps here as well. We should probably deal with those too. So let's start by allowing this thing to return a result of a unit. Which result should we have? We should probably have Binky result, right? We're not returning a result here, so we're going to do that down here. This function is a little bit on the large side, but that's to be expected because it's mostly made up of this and comments. But we are going to make it bigger now. And let's see if we can do something like... all right, I think maybe we have this. There we go. We could do this, right? You're in the wrong stream, VMT. Do you miss Dawn? Right, we all miss Dawn. He went on to live in the real world. We weren't good enough for him here on Twitch. Not the terminal theme. The NeoVim one is. But feel free to just grab it and copy it and do whatever you want with it. Do we care about the sender? We do not. Is that sufficient? No, that was the right order of things. It is difficult to do async programming in Rust and not feel like you're almost back in the world of web dev, right? There is something kind of grubby about it, right? I might have just made up a word, but it is a little bit, you know. Thank you for the follow. Oh man, the tank top is paying off though, right? If I would have known this, I would have done this ages ago, right? And if there's no subs for this channel, it will be created and interesting. Okay, so to be able to do this, we need something that happens before this, okay? We need to hook up the aggregator, right? We're not going to say hook up the aggregator. Could be misconstrued, right? Connect to the aggregator. That's what we need for this thing, right? No faster way to kill 50 views. Oh man, I can't do that. If I kill 50 viewers twice, we've been deficit. We've been negative viewers. I can't do that. Okay, let's see. There. So we need to start over at where we actually set this up. So all this stuff has to happen somewhere else. So let's make a function for this, and I'm not comfortable doing that here. But we'll do it and then move it. Okay, so let's go through what it is that we actually need here. We have timeout, cool. We have the main socket connection to a bot address. Okay, so we need a bot address, which is a path buff. We have the retry. We need an agent for this thing. Agent that can perform what we need. We're just like we're just one step away from a hot tub stream at this point, right? I have streamed in a hot tub, but you guys weren't here for it, so I'm lying. Okay, so connect to the bridge, track the bridge so we can restart if it goes down. Okay, so we need to deal with that here. You are possibly tired and worn out, VMT. I can see that because you made the same joke twice. That is not a good sign, okay? For your own health, okay, you need to be less dependent on AI, okay? So we're going to get an aggregator from this thing. It's going to be an address. So what we return from here will be an address. That is, I can't even write. Hello, Void Seam. How you doing? How you doing this fine day? So we're resolving this thing, and instead of doing that, we're gonna return a result here instead, right? Then we can stop unwrapping things like a pleb and do this instead. And then these can go away. And we're going to return OK aggregator here. That will be what we need. Is that not an address? It is. But we are getting a Binky address instead. Okay, Binky address. We are unfortunately going to have to rename Binky because the 10 days before I decided that we're now going to release the first alpha version of Binky, someone published a crate under the name Binky. Ooh, Nelly. Ooh, okay. Now, what can happen here is that we can lose the connection, but we have no reconnection attempt here. So why don't we call this connect aggregator instead? Tragedy indeed. That was even hard to say. So now we need another agent for this to work. Although here we can let the subscriber borrow the agent. It's a non-issue. So let's just pass in an agent here. And now we can do the thing that I was gonna do here. And that is to set up the aggregator, or do this part rather. We need to know about the aggregator address for this. I kind of feel like maybe we should do something. Yeah, that's the one. The other day I gave ChatGPT a math problem. It proceeded to give me 2 through wrong solutions and eventually resorted to brute forcing it, even though it was a closed form solution. I don't know what that means. A closed form solution. Yeah, the AI would tell me a closed form is a mathematical expression that can be computed using a finite number of standard operations, such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It provides a direct way to solve a problem without needing iterative or infinite processes. Ah, I see. Let's go here for a little bit more possible knowledge. An infinite sum would generally not be considered closed form. However, the choice of what to call closed form and what not is rather arbitrary, since the new closed form function could simply be defined in terms of infinite sum. And in mathematics, an expression is said to be a closed form expression if it can be expressed analytically in terms of a finite number of certain well-known functions. Okay, so one or more functions combined would be a closed form expression. Okay, a bunch of other components could be part of that as well. But I think I get the general idea. And then hat beta. Okay. Sí, comprende, pero solo un poco porque matemático es un poco difícil para mí. Uso un poco lento, hombre. All right. Anyway, that was terrible Spanish. If you speak Spanish, I apologize. If you don't speak Spanish, I'm fluent and you're not. Okay. So we can do this. Do we get the channels? No, we do not. But we can pass in the channel name here. So we have to pass this as a vec. There's no way about that, right? There's no two ways about that. I mean, so that's going to be a channel. No, it's a name. And there's one more thing we have to do here. We have to clone the name because we're going to pass the name into this one as well. As a matter of fact, that is not even enough. We're going to have channels here. That would be channel names from... I wonder if we can pass in a singular... No, but we can do this. That would arguably not occupy any more space, but... Ah, right. Maybe if I would have read the error message correctly, we would have been good. All right, so then this will be channels. I'm going to clone that one. We need to get the aggregator in here as well, right? Although arguably the do is unnecessary here because it's implied by the E at the end there, right? Saving face. Okay, so agent and aggregator. I feel like this is a little bit naff. So maybe we should do something better with that. But let's pass in the aggregator here as a Binky address. And then we don't use a reference here, but rather do this. Import you. Now that's the agent. We need to get the aggregator here, right? So the aggregator. That's a word I've said too many times now. What did I call this thing, right? Connect aggregator. What do we pass in here? We pass in the bot address and a mutable agent. So we have the bot address. I don't think that we need to pass in the socket here anymore now. We can simply pass in the aggregator instead. So let's change you. As a matter of fact, we don't need to pass in any of this. This thing has no relevance to us whatsoever, apparently. Whoops. And we need an aggregator here. And then we're going to take this one and pass it in here. Like so. Okay. Whoops. Oh, it's just the wrong order. Ta-da! I meant ta-da! There we go. There we go. There we go. This thing has to return result for us to be able to deal with these things. It's a result of a unit again, where we are just gonna pass in okay here. We're not really dealing with the error at this point, but I think that's okay. The error that can occur comes from the agent, so it's gonna be a Binky error result that we're using here. There we go. So possibly we're done. Well, kind of. We need to get a backlog as well while we're doing this. But there we go. Done. There's a lot of warnings here that we don't want. But as far as we're concerned, maybe this will work now. And we can actually run this. Again, this whole thing feels a little bit naff to go with. So let's go into a demo. And let's delete everything here. We want to set up a new Anathema project. Index ammo. And here's one of the things that we need to start with. Instead of using the builder, we need to start with, instead of using the builder, we have to start with the alternative here, which is with receiver. Apparently I didn't get that. There we go. Right. We're going to make this thing into an async function, and we'll do the usual Tokyo main here to get that going. For that to work, we need to cargo add Tokyo. And there we go. Wait 6 to 8 weeks for this thing to finish. All right, we are missing some features. And what features do we need? We need the macros, perhaps. Oh, right. We need to write the word version here before we can do that. Is that sufficient? No, we need runtime, and we are happy to use the runtime multi-threaded here. Right, okay, that's it. So we just need some more arguments for this thing. So first of all, this one we can just change to full screen and get rid of all of this, making life a little bit simpler. We have to pass in the receiver, and we're also supposed to pass in the emitter. So this is a way that you can do this without having to run everything on the same thread, right? It is too hot. You should get a tank top. All right, so this is a way that we can actually do this by taking the emitter and constructing it before the runtime. This means that we can have access to the runtime before, or the emitter before the runtime starts, which means that we can, in theory, start the runtime on any thread if we so wish, right? So let's do that then, shall we? We can just spin up a thread for this whole thing, okay? Before we do anything else. So let's make a function here called UI. It's going to take the emitter as an input. And it's going to take the sender. But I do believe that we have to construct the sender, which is a little bit frustrating. That is a positively fantastic thing to do, VMT, and I celebrate your bravery. Maybe we can... Hiccups. Maybe we can make a type alias for this. We have a type alias for this thing, right? And a message receiver. And if we have these components here, we are kind of good to go. We can do all this in a different thread if we wanted to, right? So let's, is the emitter already available? Is the message receiver already available? It is not. That one is a specific. Maybe we should re-export that one as part of the prelude. It feels a little bit weird maybe to do, but I think we will do so. Pub use create widgets components message receiver. I do not think that this one is. I think VMT is just a general tourist at this point, wouldn't you say? So now we don't need that anymore. Well, we do need that because the change I made was actually somewhat completely different. I did something really silly. This should be where the change is made. It's going to be widgets, components, message, receiver. That is where it should have been. That is not where I put it. We need to know what branch we're on. Let's patch this in. Is that only thing? Okay, git commit -m, make the message receiver part of prelude. Before we push this, we're gonna update our changes, and then we're gonna say message receiver is now part of prelude. Git add -p, yes, git commit, amend. Yes, of course, we have to do this even though we have changed no code. Now we can push this, right? Okay, so for us to do anything here, we can now set up the emitter and the receiver by saying emitter new here. This is something that is new. This is what I was supposed to share with the previous viewer who had to go because I am very slow. at doing things. We're going to spawn a thread here. We're going to move into the thread, the UI. We're going to pass in the emitter and the receiver, and that's it. So we're now running the UI on a separate thread, okay? And then after we set all this up, we have access to the emitter. Well, I mean, we would if I hadn't moved it, but we can simply clone it and not stress about it. I am going to show you something, what happens when we clone it. It's going to complain because it's going to say that we're moving something, but it's all good, right? I disagree. Okay, so once we spawn this thread, we are no longer in a position where we might block the runtime, the Tokyo runtime, that is. If we were to block that one, we'd be all right, because blocking an async runtime could cause to strange behavior, it could cause tasks to not progress, and so on and so forth, right? Okay, so that's us setting off the UI. Now we have to deal with this nonsense that we just added. So let's cargo add the, okay, so let's see, where are we at time-wise, okay? I should have started a timer. Well, this is going to be slower because I'm going to be talking in the meantime, so maybe that's not as smart to do anyway. We're going to add projects, Rust, Twitch comms. Okay. Now we need to get a hold of a handle before we can do anything else, though, right? So we need two separate steps here. We need to get the handle that we are gonna get by doing something. We need to pass the handle in here. So we need a handle. We need a handle on things. And then here, we're going to do some kind of Twitch comms run await, right? Those are the two things we're missing, right? Oh, I get that, Scott. I get that. I think we are way too serious these days, right? We're way too serious. Way too worried about offending people. We're way too serious. We take things too serious and we demand things that we can't get, right? How about that? Okay, so the run function here is not giving us what we want. What gives us a handle? The start function gives us a handle. But that is not what we need. This is bad. This is a bad thing. You know what? This is this is not quite what we need. Is it? We can do this thing. And instead of, we can pass that in here instead. So let's go to handle and make a new function for this thing. This will create the pair and it will return self and no, tx here, self and the flume sender of a component action. No, a receiver. This feels a little bit gross, I have to say. So what we do here is we're gonna have the handle and the RX here. So that'll be handle new. No, 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 no. Yes. Ah, right. And when you call everything RX and TX, then nothing will happen, right? Emitter RX or message receiver. RX is a message receiver. Now the handle. Oh, the handle is private. Then we shall re-export the handle. Oh, we do re-export the handle. then I am confused as to what you are complaining about. Should we read the error? Component action is private. Gotcha. So that's a problem. Well, you know what? We don't necessarily want to expose that. So we write an abstraction around that. So we have the handle and we have the receiver. That's going to have a receiver here, which apparently I struggled to type a lot. Is defined multiple times. But it is... I almost said, but it isn't, but it is. Okay, so this could be our receiver now, and that will work just as fine. I mean, it's complaining here, but we don't care about that. That's a different issue. So let's go to our library and then find the handle, and then whips and whips and whips, receiver and handle. Now the handle makes a new receiver instead, right? Like so. So now we can just get our handle and our receiver as a part of doing this. And then we're going to call the run function or the start function here, right? That clearly has to look like that. And we're going to pass in the receiver. We also want to pass in the path to the socket. So that's going to be bunnybot.socket. And I think that's all we have to pass in. No, that is not true. We also need to pass in the emitter because that's kind of what a lot of this stuff is hinging on. Okay, so let's pass in the emitter there too. There is now a cable on the floor that I'm loving very little. Okay. So let's look at the run function that we have. I think it's the start function. So we have the emitter. So here we're going to pass the receiver as well. Receiver. And then we get rid of you. And this is the receiver. And the run function takes the receiver, which is the receiver that we have here. And apparently that has to be passed into the next one. We're no longer returning the handle, right? We're returning nothing here. Now, we are just going to make this thing behave like this by implementing deref for receiver, where the target is this. Target, and we return self-zero like that. So now, well, that doesn't work unless we import stdops receiver. No, deref. You are all insanely quiet today, and I don't know if that's concerning or not. Right, we can't do that. So we're going to implement receiver, and we're going to have a public to the crate async function called receive async that is going to call self0.receive. Wow, spelling. Async. Wow, come on, brain. Oh, wait. This clearly has to return a result of some kind. And what is it that you're returning? A result of a component action, no doubt. I blame the water too. The water is to blame. So it's a receive error. We could return a flume receive error here. As long as we do this. I think. Yes. It's not good. I'm loving this though, right? Go and swim in the ocean, throw starfish at each other, pretending they're ninjas. Don't do that. It's probably really bad for the starfish, right? They're just minding their own moderately gross sea business, and you just like throw them around. Emitter, receiver, and socket. And what are we doing here? Emitter, we need a receiver. Wait, which project are we in? Problem solved. Problem solved. Okay, here on the other hand is where it's not good. Agent receive. Wait a second. Start. Okay, I'm not loving the function name, so we're gonna deal with that. But emitter, receiver, and socket. Emitter, receiver, and socket. Okay, that's it. All right. Now this thing has already been moved, I would presume. Only you can answer that. Let's get rid of that. Be awake early. If this is early for you, then I am moderately impressed and concerned at the same time. It is my back. You have stumbled upon the second version. It is finally done, right? Only so many. It's 1 p.m. Yeah, and you saying awake. You saying that is early. See, for Scott, it's early, and at 7 a.m. already been awake for a couple of hours, but you know. Oh yeah, it's pretty done. And I'm about to show you guys that you can build your own witch box in no time. It's the holidays. No, it's not the holidays. Holiday for you. Oh, that's good. All right. What was I doing? All right, we're in the demo. I'm gonna run this. I kind of feel like that's not what I wanted to see. Why are you saying that it's okay? I'm in the wrong file. And all of a sudden my computer decided that nope, you don't get to have anything fun. Did my computer really freeze? What? Are we still live? Oh, is this happening? Okay. Something has gone awry. I don't know what, and I don't know why. That sounds like music, but it isn't supposed to be. It is just frustration. Okay. I wonder if me plugging that tablet in has caused a little bit of an input collision. We're going to unplug the tablet for now. Yeah, okay. I think maybe the tablet has to go away for a bit. It has potential, but it caused me some grief. All right, all good. Yeah, I was just, my computer was unresponsive, right? I don't think, I mean, it might not be that, it might be just about anything. I have genuinely no idea, right? I'm a little bit disappointed that everything is done over USB-C on the tablet, but that's a different story. Do we have something that is a USB-C only tablet with display? You know, I'm starting to think that's gonna either is it like a drawing tablet that's gonna be heinously expensive, or it's not, right? But I have a question for you, chat. If you're ready for this question, okay? Wait, mismatch? Isn't that what we're sending? An emitter, a receiver, and a socket. We are using Anathema 2.8 there. Where? Oh, right. No. Hopefully we're not using a function or anything that we actually need from there, though, right? Right. We do need to have a version here that is 0.2.8, and then we need no branch for you, but we do need the 30 feature. I think maybe we need to release another version then. No, I think that's going to be very expensive. iPads are USB-C, but can you use an iPad as a drawing tablet under Linux? I'm getting a big old no, probably not. Whalers. Really? Okay, Whalers is there. Huh. Interesting. Well, that could be investigated, especially if it's going over the network. I know that my kid has a tablet that she definitely don't want me to use, so that could be a thing. I think maybe for this to work, we have to change the version of Anathema. But we could just grab this for both of these projects. Instead of releasing a new version of Anathema, we'd do this. Okay, so use some mood value, and this is what I'm saying. Now we have to clone this thing, right? But do you think this is going to be sufficient? No, it's still going to move before we clone it. So what we can do here is we can add another scope. And in this scope, we're going to say emitter is equal to emitter.clone, and we're going to let Rust borrow this for the sake of the clone, and that's it. We're down to 109 errors, but I think this might be it, okay? So what we do is we are creating the building blocks we need for the... you do that so often. Take my kid's iPad? I don't know. I'm guessing not that. All right. So we set up the building blocks for constructing the UI runtime. And then we set up the building blocks for starting the Twitch communication process, right? Then we spawn the UI on a separate thread, and then we run the Twitch comms thing, and then we await these things. So this is going to be running. This takes over the entire runtime, and this is just going to pop off and do its own thing on another thread, right? You have 0 iPod. That's why you need to steal my kids, right? And then in our UI, we're just going to call this run the index, the index ammo. So we say hello world there. And if I now run this, we should see hello world on screen, hopefully. I thought. No. Yes, we should, but we don't. That's because this thing stops. That should now show us hello on screen. There we go. Or hello world, rather, but I want to see hello. Okay, then. I agree, BMT, right? The scope to borrow for the clone. Okay. Thank you for context. Makes you sound less of a criminal as well. Okay, let's see. So are you... ready for this now? Oh, that's gonna make closing this down a bit, Nav. No, that's all right. You can't. I only have one, and no, don't steal them. That's called kidnapping, and it's very frowned upon in the civilized world, at least. Okay, so we have our emitter, we have everything set up, And this thing is not going to end the way I wish it would. So that's kind of gross. Okay, the alternative is that we run the UI on one thread and then we spawn the runtime on a separate thread. We can do that as well. Is that when you joke at a restaurant where I have tablecloth and all? It's just double control C for now, but it's a little bit naff. Okay, but now we should at least be able to try this out. So let's make another module called components. You know what? I don't want that. We're just going to dunk it all in here, okay? Okay, so let's see if we can build a chat display in some sensible amount of time here, right? So let's start with a struct for our component. Okay. Now we need to have a copy of the handle here because we have to be able to communicate with this thing. The reason we don't do the UI on the main thread, Doorstock. Oh, right. Good question. So the reason we don't do the UI on the main thread is because we have an async runtime here. And if we do this with an async runtime, it means that we're not allowed to block this, okay? So anytime you do something with async, you should avoid doing that you should avoid blocking a sync operation because that could prevent the async runtime from progressing, right? So you can kind of get tasks stuck forever if you're blocking somewhere, even just for a while. So avoid doing that. But let me show you maybe a nicer way of doing this then, right? Because this is obviously relevant to you. So what we do here, instead of spawning this here, we're going to do this, right? We're going to do, let's call it network, right? Or yeah, or Twitch. Okay, we make an async function called Twitch. We're not going to make an async function called Twitch. We're going to make first of all, we need our main function. If my hands would just agree with me a little bit more, right? We can do the setup here first before we do anything else. Then we can run the UI from here with the emitter and the receiver and the handle. And there we go, right? Let's just comment this out for a second, okay? Oh, that's the message receiver. Goodness me, oh. And of course, spell it correctly. So doing this will now run the UI on the main thread. So we have like two options to do this. So now we're going to spawn another thread to run the Twitch bits, right? And instead of doing the UI here, we're just going to run this part. So we need the emitter. We need the receiver, which is the, not the message receiver, but the receiver. And we need the socket path. Actually, we don't need the socket path. We hard-coded that one in, right? Come on. Oh, wow. There was many receivers in there. Right. So this is what we need to run this thing. So before we call the UI, we're going to call Twitch here. We're going to pass in the emitter, which we have to clone because we're going to pass it down there as well, right? And we're going to pass in the receiver. And that's it. Okay, now we have everything that we need to do this. Now we just have to get an async runtime running, okay? And for that, we can use Tokyo. Runtime, but you know what? I don't remember this one at the top of my head. So let's just go to docs.rs Tokyo. So what we're going to do is we're going to unpack what the runtime actually does. You know what? We could have done this in a different thread, right? So we might be able to do a Tokyo main here like this. We might be able to do this. No, because that requires it to be async. Okay, that's why we can't do this. So we're going to go and see what the main macro actually does. And then we're going to borrow the code from here, right? It does this. It's the runtime builder, okay? And we're going to call block on. And then here we can put our async function, right? So this thing will block on the runtime builder. So that means that when we call this function, it's going to be blocking forever. So all we have to do is move this function to another thread. And hopefully this makes sense. Again, with the emitter clone. Oh, jeepers, right? There. All right. So this thing will run the async runtime on a separate thread instead. So there are two ways we can do this. Either we run the UI on the main thread, and the async stuff we started off on a separate thread. It's not really any like drawbacks or negatives to doing either way, either which way, right? The benefit is by running the UI on the main thread means that when I do Control C, just waiting for this thing to start, I end the entire application. But if I run the networking on the main thread, if I run Tokyo runtime on the main thread, and I exit the UI with Control C, then I'm just ending that thread. So I'd have to have a means to communicate to the main thread to also shut down. That's the only difference. So for convenience sake, I will do this, right? I will just run this. Now there is, by the way, here, something that could be of value. If you go down to recipes, there is a description on how to do this with async code if you want to run the UI on the main thread and async code on a separate thread, right? The only thing that is missing from this one is that we don't have we need to have the emitter set up, right? So that we have to run, according to this example, we have to run the UI on the main thread. And that is more convenient because of Control C to close it down, right? But with some changes that hasn't been documented yet, we can do the part where we get the emitter before we even start the UI, right? Now we don't really need to do this. This thing could all be done in one place, so it's a little bit silly, but I'll do it anyway because I guess I'm a bit silly. I will try to break this down now to what we're actually doing. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing hello running, and now we're going to take this hello component and make this into a Twitch chat receiver. We're not going to send chat messages. We're just going to receive chat messages. So for that, we need a component called handle, and we need to have a state called messages. That's going to be our state. Let's implement default by default, whatever that means. We're going to have messages be a list of chat state, I think. Yes. And that's a value. Might be. Obviously, since I wrote this. Now we're going to implement component for this thing. And we're going to have two things. First of all, our state is our messages. That's not surprising. But our incoming message that are being sent to the state, this is where we're going to connect this to Twitch, right? So we're going to get chat here. So for every chat message we get, we're going to convert it to a state and then push it into our list, right? Unsurprisingly. And we're going to do two things first, right? On mount and unmount, this is where we're going to grab the information that we're going to use, right? So on mount, we're going to tell our handle, self.0. So 0 points to this handle here, right? .sub. And what are we subbing to? Chat messages. I'm going to write it out. And then we're going to have context.widget ID. We need the ID. That doesn't have to be mutable. We don't care about that one. Whoops. Right. We don't what am I talking about again? Right. We are subscribing to chat messages, right? So that's going to be, we have to go to Twitch API here. So Twitch API docs, APU docs. That would be something different. Arithmetic logic units. For those of you who don't know what an APU is, I made that up. All right. So let's go and see what we need for something.chat, right? Chat. I am looking for I am looking for subscription type. That's what we're looking for. So something to do with chat. Chat clear, chat message. Here we go. This is what we're interested in, okay? So we are subscribing to channel chat messages, right? Of all the messages that we get, we're gonna do this thing, right? We probably could make Anathema async. I should find out what is required to do that, because I do think that is gonna come up as something that people want. And and unsub here, right? So what this means, okay, why are you complaining? Am I passing this in the wrong order? Yes, I am. There we go, right? So we are sending a message to Twitch data aggregation that we are interested in these kinds of messages, anything that pertains to chat messages. And we're passing our widget ID saying, when you get a chat message, send that chat message to us, right? We want to know, right? We want to be in the know here. And let's clear that up a little bit. Okay, the last thing we need to do. So now we can get messages and stop getting messages when we are removed from the widget tree, right? Which will happen when you do things like hot reload and stuff. We probably should request a backlog as well, but that's not implemented yet. The next thing we need to do is have a message reception. Here we go, right? So on message event, there we go. So when we get a message, do we care about the children? We're supposed to, but we don't. When we get a message, we're going to translate that message into a state. So we're going to take our state. Our state has message. That is wrong. That should be in plural. Our state has messages. And then we're going to push back. Actually, we can push front the message into, which means we are converting this message into a chat message. That doesn't seem right to me. This seems more correct to me. No, try into. That's what we're looking for. No. Can you not infer the type? I am a little bit unsure why we can't infer the type. Okay, we can do self dot. No, we can't. We can do chat state try from message, at least. That much we can do. All right. So that's what we're going to do, because they can fail. There could be something wrong in what I've done and this thing can fail, right? But in reality, this is all we need now. So if I run this now, we should be getting chat messages, okay, into our components. The only thing we don't do is, well, anything with them. Okay. So there should now be a test message in there. So let's go to our index. And then we say for message in state.messages. And then text is going to be something like message.sender. And let's do this, right? Text. And then here we're just going to have some kind of separator. And that's going to be a horizontal stack. And that's going to be all in a vertical stack. And there we go. All right, that clearly has... Oh, right. Well, I'm missing an important detail. I never added the component to this thing, okay? So we need to do that. Component. And what are we adding here? To our index, we're adding the comp with the handle. Right, the handle that we get here. Obviously, we can have multiples, so we should clone the handle for this. And then, well, we don't have to because we don't have multiples right now. And then we have to have messages as well. Messages, default. Okay, so now we've added components. We have subscribed to them. So I haven't tried this, obviously, so I have no idea if this is going to work or not. But let's say first try. Nope. Didn't work at all. Right? We have to go and investigate that. But we should be getting messages into our runtime now. And let's start to do a little bit of debugging then. So the first thing we could do is let's request a backlog so we can see if this thing happens. It does not happen. So this is not, we're not even getting here. Then we have to go one step further. We are starting this thing, right? Right? Yes, and this thing should be blocking. So we should not see that message. We do not. Okay, cool. Because this is blocking, which means that this thing should be fine. This should be doing its own blocking here. Okay. So if we, whoops, if we block on async start, I guess we don't need that or that. We just need that. Okay. Let's see what the start thing does, right? So we do this. So we get here. You are here. Now this is print debugging at its finest, right? I think it's really difficult to not use a debugger, right? It makes it very difficult for me to get anything done without a debugger. Okay, so let's go in through the run function. Let's see if we get the aggregator again here. On while we talk about debuggers, do we get an aggregator? Yes, we do. Okay, wait, why are we getting that twice, 3 times? Ooh, okay, that's a little bit off. This run function was called multiple times. Are we in a loop? No, we're calling the run function once. Okay, so debugging in an async context is a massive pain in the Beehive. Absolutely. So it's not something that I strongly recommend that you do. It kind of sucks a little bit, but we can see if we get messages here, right? We should be getting the subscribed chat message popping up, right? Yeah, we're getting a subscribe to channel chat messages, but that doesn't seem to continue. So we should be getting in here where we are doing all of this stuff, right? So let's start with this, right? We are here, you are here. Let's see if we get as far as there, right? Yeah, we do. And we are saying that we want to get a backlog of 5 messages, but we're not getting it. This makes me think that maybe I forgot to await this. No, I didn't. Then I probably have failed something over here. This one is... Oh. No. Wait. I think I see what I've done here. We are connecting this agent to the bridge. We're connecting the wrong agent. All right. We're connecting the wrong agent. Okay, so we need to return not just the address, but the agent as well. So it's the aggregator and the agent that is coming back out again. And this agent is the one that we have to use here. So this is the aggregator and the Twitch agent that we created here. So that is really the I guess what we could do here is call this the Twitch agent, and we pass this in as a reference instead. Twitch agent. Whoops. Now this might fail just a smidge, but we'll see. Then, of course, we're not returning an agent here. This is the problem when things are a little bit loosey-goosey as they were, right? And then you are just the aggregator again. Okay, let's see where this takes us then. Still nothing. There should have been a backlog trigger for this. All right, let's see. So we have the Twitch agent. We are connecting that to the aggregator. And the bridge, we're saying we want to receive we want the aggregator address. And then here, I am insanely itchy. We're passing in an address, but which address are we passing in here, right? What are we doing with this address? We're sending this to the aggregator. Oh, I think that's wrong. That should be the aggregator that we're dealing with. Okay, how about that? Still a box of nothing. Maybe we shouldn't even call this Twitch service because this is in fact the aggregator that we're dealing with. Are we getting any messages here, right? You are here. My favorite thing to debug, right? No, we're never getting any messages on this one. So what is it that we're doing? This thing should probably return a result as well instead of not. The sender is irrelevant, so we can get rid of that one. So we have the address, which is the aggregator address that we're sending messages to. And we're sending the value that we're guessing from here. Wait, no. That is wrong. Okay, that is straight up bananas. That was not right to do at all. Okay, I just I see that. I see that we're doing something wrong. This address is the address of this agent, right? So we need to use the agent's address here. So where are we doing this? Here we're gonna say agent.address. Okay, now it's clear which agent we speak of. So that's clear which address that we're sending to. And we're sending an action, which is what this agent gets, right? It gets actions, right? Congratulations, Bulvar. Oh, you get to play with a forklift. That sounds fun. Can you do some kind of like forklift trick? I have seen these things. We're going to not have that address there. So it's going to be agent.address as a call. So both the component and Twitch service are doing that. The aggregator is how we can send messages to the aggregator, which we do not do from here. We can do a half flip. Sounds pretty good. Okay. Twitch service has the agent gets the address, that's what we're sending to. And then how do we get the aggregator to send things to us? So this is the Twitch agent. All right. That is going to connect to the bridge. It's going to resolve the bridge. It's going to track the bridge. And they're going to resolve the remote over the bridge. We resolve this thing, and then we get the aggregator back. So we have received an aggregator address, which is what we're using to register here. But I'm using the wrong agent. Oh, I'm using the wrong agent. That's why. So this is a little bit wild, maybe. This is a problem with having multiple generic solutions with a lot of dynamic stuff attached to it, right? What do we do here then? You did your best, VMT. You did your best. We don't have the option to spoof an address, which we could have done, but it's built into not. So we are effectively getting the wrong kind of messages. Or we're getting the right kind of messages just to the wrong receiver because we do that here. Well, that is unfortunate. Okay, then we have two options. One, we fix this on a deeper level, or two, we have to accept channel names as we build this up. I don't love the idea that we have to do that. Alternatively, we make a change and say that when we subscribe, we're allowed to pass in a different address. No, that's going to be a hot mess because addresses has to be resolved over the network. That is very complicated. It's not complicated. It becomes hard to follow. So what do we do here then? I need this guy to make the send here, right? You can't clone these. No, that would have been insane. Why can't we clone these? Wow, okay. We could, and they don't retain any state. Okay, that kind of feels a little bit dirty. All right, we're gonna do this, but I am not entirely impressed by this. Oh, Jameson XY, let me show you. Let me show you. I think at first I just need to think this through. Is there any harm in allowing agents to be cloned? Obviously, you can't receive. You can't receive on this agent. Maybe cloning isn't what we need here. Maybe we need something like send as. So instead of having a clone, we generate a new type that allows us to send, but that's the only thing that we do. We don't have the receiving end of this. So the agents kind of have an inner transmitter, which is effectively this router context and key. So pubstruct agent TX that has this stuff in it. And then we say TX is an agent TX. Now it's going to yell at me because we don't actually have this. Okay, we can do this. The sending half of an agent. And we're just going to use this for our transmission stuff. So rather than doing what would be kind of easy pass through, or rather what would be quite repetitive pass through, we're going to move all this send sync and all this stuff onto the TX now, right? Which means that a lot of our code is going to kind of break, right? Is tracking part of this? Probably. So is removing. The only thing that we're going to have is the receiving part, right? That is not possible to have on this thing, right? So let's just write an impl block for this. Impl agent TX here. Okay. And we can make a new one. We can get our address, which is, I guess that could also sit on the TX. Same with the key. Yes, both of them has to sit here. Open this up again. All right. Receive has to stay. Request, I don't even know what we're gonna deal with, do here. Right? Request kind of feels like something I'm not entirely convinced I even want to exist. So we'll hang fire with our shutdown and resolve with retry and remote resolve, new agent. Wait, what's the difference between new agent? Oh, a private function. Okay, remove agent. Oh, all of this is so very transmission based, right? There's very little left on the agent itself. It's all attached to the TX now. But we're almost ready to do this thing, right? So receive and try receive local, receive sync, request. I think request stays put. Connect is probably gonna use sal. Yeah, so connect also have to move up to this thing. So does cleanup sessions, but my word, should this never be used? Okay. I think that one's gonna have to go. Mapping can stay put. I'm not even sure we're gonna keep mapping. Okay, right. So we're done. We have now moved all of this into the agent TX, which means we're breaking a lot of things here, right? Self.serializer. Okay. Maybe new agent stays put because we need to copy the serializer. All right. Yeah, that makes sense. So we move that one there. Oh, I didn't actually move it there. I just moved it to the bottom of the list. Oopsie. Yeah, okay, here's where it sits, right? It's almost ready to show you what we're doing, right? Okay, so these error messages that we get now, we're gonna get around this by doing something semi-naughty. We're gonna use stirred ops, deref, and deref mute. It's not really naughty, but if you read the documentation for these two, it's going to complain. It's going to insinuate that you are using these things for smart pointers. We're going to use them as kind of a dirty, filthy inheritance just because I don't want to rewrite a whole lot of code. Right? You know what? Why not? Why not rewrite code, right? This is not an issue. It's not going to take long to do. Oh yeah, now I know why. Because all the functions that I just moved, I don't want to do that again, right? Okay, so let's go down to agent and let's implement deref and deref mute for this thing. So impl deref. Can't I just write deref for agent, and that's agent tx, and then here this will just be self.tx. And we're going to copy this for our deref mute. We don't have that. That becomes mutable. So does you. And unsurprisingly, so does you. And our code should compile again. Ta-da. Fuck. Oh. Oops. Sorry. Self.0. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. A session agent. It's private. Well, we make it pub super. Thanks for asking. There we go. We're going to do the same thing here. And I can see another one of these. Okay, so that one has to implement debug. Not an issue. Easy peasy, fixy. This becomes TX, agent TX, key and router. And done, right? Okay, so with this, instead of us being able to clone this, we can now get a like an agent sender from this. So let's write another function here. Pub function sender takes a reference to self, and it's going to return an agent tx instead, and with self.tx.clone. And this, on the other hand, we can certainly implement clone for. As a matter of fact, maybe a no, because that's going to implement clone, not copy. All right, missing documentation. Get a sending part of an agent. This makes it possible to send messages as an agent. However, it's not possible to receive messages outside of the agent itself. I think that's fine, right? Okay, so instead of us having this lol thing, which should now fail, and obviously we're not going to call it lol, we just do Twitch agent sender. We call this thing Twitch sender. This thing is now no longer accepting that agent, but rather an agent tx, and we're good. Well, we would be if I just include agent tx in here, which it is not. So we have to go back to agent and pub use self-logger agent tx. Y ya está. Por fin. Done. Damn. What are you complaining about? Agent tx. Okay, well, this is where I don't trust the LSP. Okay, there we go. This should now work. We should be getting messages now. There you go, right? So this is all we had to do to be able to receive Twitch messages, okay? We have a state that contains the messages that we get from Twitch. In this case, we just picked chat messages, but there are other things that we could pick. We could pick channel point events, or we can make, and we will make, the remainder of the things that we need for this thing, right? And we have our component that's gonna create a when the component is added to the tree, we say give me all the chat messages, and when the component is removed from the tree, we say stop trying to send messages to this guy because he might not come back, right? As a matter of fact, it is unlikely. The moment a component is removed, it is most likely it is impossible for it to get the same ID again because the generation changes the moment it's removed out of the tree. And it is. Okay, and then for every message we get from these channels, we're just going to make those into states and then push them onto the scope. So if I run this now, I should be able to go to index and change that to username. All right, there we are. Here are all of us. I think we do something like foreground message.color. Well, we could, if I launch this outside of the filthy NeoVim terminal. Blech. No, it's not NeoVim's fault. If I change the color settings of that, my theme would kind of just break. It's designed for 16 colors because I am a million years old. All right. Still didn't work though. Message color. Why not? Okay, but we might want to make this thing look a little bit more interesting as well. New message. There we go, right? So this is really, in essence, this is it. This is what we have to do to get Twitch messages in our terminal now, right? We set up our component to receive messages, and then we map these messages into how we want to use them. I will show you this being a little bit more useful shortly. But for some reason, I don't know how to get the color. The color becomes a maybe hex. Maybe we can print out the color. Sorry, I blew into the mic there, right? Maybe we can print out the color instead. There is nothing there. There is no message color. So that is wrong, clearly. All right, let's have a look at what the color is. We do a hex try from here. And I don't really know what that is. What this color is. I think the hex try from should work. Try from a string slice. Yeah, and it works with this. It works with that as well. So I'm a little bit unsure why that doesn't work. We grab the message color. Let's print out the message here. Now, this is going to be very noisy and very unpleasant to read. It works with names and messages. I am uncertain of the question, Jameson. I am sorry. I don't understand the message, the question, sorry. Okay, let's restart our application here. Oh, right. Names. Okay, so we're gonna look at this thing, right? Do we see the fragments in there? I don't see the color. No. Yeah, so here they are black and white. They should have some color information attached to them, but we don't seem to get any color, right? Does unsafe rust block with some const? Wait, I had a question. Does unsafe rust blocks with some const go in which section of ELF, either BSS read-only data or still it's text for memory? I don't think constants goes anywhere simply. Constants are like a copy and paste thing, right? In your code. So if you have a const u32 equals 5, whatever you use that const is just going to inject 5 at compile time, right? Now, if you store some data like a string or a string that's in that constant, that probably goes into the RO data, I would guess. But that is me guessing. I don't know that for sure. I could say yes with some certainty, but I am not ChatGPT. As much as I want to be, I'm not. I am boring myself. I'm sorry. I am not hitting on that point where I am getting bored with myself and I feel like I should do something else. Okay, so we must figure out why this thing isn't working though. Let's go to look at the color. That's the wrong thing. Here, where's the color in here? Can we do message? You know what would be nice? It would be nice if we could just dump all this information into something. You know what? We have the documentation, right? So let's look at the chat message. There we go. Where does the color sit here? The color sits under the event and not on the message. So I'm just grabbing the wrong data. Okay, what about the message type? Yeah, no, the message type sits under fragment. Oh my goodness. No, message type sits under event as well. I have placed a lot of things in the wrong place. And I'm gonna guess that reply is also there. Reply is also under event. Yeah. Fragments. And what about badgers? Yeah, that's in there. Okay, so I have obviously made a mistake. And that mistake should be rectified now. Yeah, there we go. Scott's name is looking a little bit more Scottish. And the rest of you just happen to have no color for your name. Right. But that is still all we have to do to find out what we actually have, or like to get messages in here, right? And now if we wanted to, we could of course change things, right? Let's put this inside an overflow. right? And then you didn't see anything. But we're going to say that the direction is backwards instead. No. There we go. So we start in the messages here instead. So the last message there. We could change this so it goes from the top and messages goes down. Or we can go from the bottom and messages goes up, right? Oh, of course I can though. Let me go in there, right? Does Rust have custom ELF for built-in for since Rust ELF binders are larger usually? That's probably because a bunch of information is included in there. I don't think Rust changes the ELF format. I mean, that wouldn't be compatible, would it? Go has tbss.go built info section in the ELF. I don't know the ELF format, right? But I understand your question now. I don't know. Is the answer. Yeah, but that you can affect, right? Wordle, I'd rather not play Wordle. Okay, let me answer the relevant stuff here, right? So the handler is what we use here to be able. I'm guessing you mean the handle, right? This is what we use to tell what information we're interested in, right? So let's look at what functions we have here, okay? We can subscribe to events. Right now we're getting chat events, right? That's what the channel name is. It's the channel name is channel.chat.message. We can see the channel name here. This channel.chat.message. So any of these things is what we can grab, right? We can map this one up in a second, so we can include that one as well for fun. So that's what the handle does. Where are we? Right. Okay. So receiver, message receiver, and emitter. Okay. The receiver, well, we have a couple of them, right? The receiver is part of, it's the receiving end of the handle, right? So when we tell the handle to do something, the thing we're telling it to do ends up on the receiver. So this is just wrapping a channel. Can you go to definition, please? There we go. This is just wrapping a channel. So the handle and receiver are just a sender receiver pair of a multi-producer single consumable channel pair, right? That's what these are. And it's unbounded. Not that it's necessarily relevant. And the receiver just wraps the receiving end of this. So then last thing that was in here was the emitter. And the emitter, of course, is how we send messages into Anathema, right? So with a recent release of Anathema, we can now write, we can create emitters before the runtime, and we can also send messages to widget IDs as well as component IDs, right? So before 0.2.8, you weren't able to send a message to a component unless you had the component ID, right? Which makes perfect sense, but it meant that you had to do this part before you could do anything with it, which means it would be impossible for us to launch the data aggregator before we create the UI, right? So we would have to do this in the same function call as we set this up, right? So we would have to launch Twitch aggregator here because we need the component ID for this to work, right? And the benefit of the component ID is that it's strongly typed. So I wouldn't be able to take the emitter like this, builder, emitter. I wouldn't be able to take this emitter and do an emit to our component ID of something else, right? It would complain because it's expecting some chat data, but it's getting a unit instead, right? Or a number instead or whatever, right? So the component ID is type safe. However, the widget ID is not. So that's why it's not emit, but try to emit, right? And this needs, well, it says key here, but in reality it's a widget ID. But it has no type associated with it, right? So there's a lot of puzzle pieces here that are fitting together, and there's a lot of message passing, right? Which is why under the hood we have this library called Binky, which does the message passing for us, because it's absolutely insanity to try to make sense of an application with enough channels, right? In Rust and probably Go, which I don't know how to program, but it's a language, right? You have channels, right? So you create a sender and receiver. If Binky like one of those broken telephone, I don't know what that means. A Binky is another name for a happy move that a bunny makes, but I don't know. There are various things called Binky, right? Binky the Clown from, was it Simpsons? Is that it? No, it's Krusty the Clown. There was some cartoon that had Binky the Clown, I think. I don't remember. Anyway, I was a child once. Never stopped acting like one. Anyway, so if you're going to do a lot of work with channels, you end up creating channels to send channels, and that's where things get a little bit insane, right? Let's go here. If I could just type, well, apparently I can't, right? Bongo the Clown, right? Let's say that we have a network connection, all right? This is our TCP. Can you let me type, please? Why is everything so small? She was just far away. Okay. Garfield had Binky. That's probably what it was, right? So let's say that we have a TCP socket somewhere in our application. Now, if we want to read and write from this socket, that's going to be blocking, okay? So that's already problematic, right? Let's say that we're building a chat and you want to chat with other people, but you can't do anything until you read from the socket. So first you try to send a message if there's something in your buffer, and then you try to read. And if no one writes anything, you have nothing to read, which means you could never send another message until someone else had talked. It would create some kind of bizarre talking stick kind of thing, right? Pacifiers, yeah, or dummies as we call them. We call binkies maybe. So this send, the send followed by receive blocking, it doesn't work, right? So what we can do is we can take our socket and we can break it up in two. We can have the read and we can have the write. If I could type. Now we could spin up two separate threads here, okay? One thread that holds the reading socket and one thread that holds the writing socket, okay? So now the reading socket can read and read and read as much as it wants to. The writing socket can write as much as it wants to, but we have to give them something to read and write. Your POSIX sense is tingling with O non-block. Yeah, but then you're stuck in a loop where you are constantly trying to read, getting errors of getting the would block error, and then you have to go and try again. And either you're gonna have a problem with something like the C10K issues if you have too many connections, or well, I know you wouldn't go there. You would go to ePol, which does that under the hood perhaps, but you wouldn't go there. Okay, you're in school, son. And I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anyway, you're missing the point. Let's get to the point, maybe. All right. So if I can read as much as I want and write as much as I want, I need some way to know what to do with the information that I read, and I need to give it some information that it can write. So we can do this with channels, right? So I create a reader, or we're going to call it RX for short, and I can create a TX pair here, right? So transmit and receive. These are all radio terms, okay? So I create a transmitting pair or a transmitter and a receiver. So whatever I write into whatever I send to the transmitter, whatever I write here ends up on the receiver. So we can move the receiver into our TCP socket's writer, okay? And then we can put a loop here. Yeah, that roughly that, right? KQ equal whatever, right? So this thing would be in a loop where it's just reading a message. The moment it gets a message, it writes that to the socket and goes back reading again, right? So it's kind of blocking on that. This thing kind of works the same way, right? But the blocking part is the socket's read. So we read some bytes from the socket into a buffer, and then we send that somewhere else. Now this TX is not the transmitter for this RX, okay? To be clear, this transmitter goes somewhere else. So we need something else. We need some form of a hub or an idea for what this depends entirely on what we're doing with the messages, right? So let's say that we have a whole collection of senders here, right? So these are all the senders that's going to go. We're going to call this thing writer RX, and these are writer TX, okay? We'll have one writer TX per connection, okay? So here we could iterate over all of these and just write to them. So the messages will go into a queue. This will not block our socket until the queue is full, of course, but that's not, we're not solving that problem here. That's text align, keep pushing it. It's not going to change anything. The long and short is we can now write a bunch of messages here and all is well, right? Okay, so where does these messages go? Okay, maybe we have a server here somewhere that is going to have, okay, let's call that the server TX then, right? So the server TX, whoops. That means that we need like a server RX as well, of course, for this to make sense, right? So somewhere, maybe this is part of the server, right? So we have a server RX that will get a message of some kind. Monosodium glutamate, right there, right for you. We love it. All right. And depending on what the message is, the message might result in writing something to all of these things, okay? Let's say that this is a chat, right? So I'm going to read a message here. I'm going to translate that to a chat message. I'm going to write that to the server. The server will get a message and it will send that message to all the transmitters or the writer transmitters that are there, right? Okay, so we're all good, right? This is a simple multi-chat. We built it in an hour or whatever, and it works. It's fine, except that it isn't, of course, right? We need to have ways of communicating with our sockets, right? Maybe we want to send a shutdown. Maybe one of these guys is an admin, so he should be able to send a shutdown to all of these things, right? Actually, that's kind of a silly thing to do. All right, let's say that we have a metric up here, okay? And this metric is gonna have a receiver. This is gonna be the metric RX. Okay, cool. Now everything needs to have a server TX and a metric TX. Okay, because we've got to be able to send our message to this guy as well for some reason or other, right? What else can we have? What if we have a dependency that when a socket does a certain thing, we are going to send something to these sockets, right? So they need to have a separate receiver now. And now we're getting into the weeds of things, right? What kind of receiver would we have here that we're gonna write? What if we have? Okay, let's say that we have a ping here. Okay, a ping RX as well, and then we have a service up here that is the ping TX. Okay, so the pinger, which will hold a bunch of not writer TX, but ping TX here. And of course, this thing needs to hold many of them, so we're kind of running out of space in this insanity, right? So can I please grab that one? So we have one for each connection. That's gonna send like this heartbeat messages and do keep alive and all that jazz, right? So we're gonna write this thing to this guy, and when he gets that, he has to send a message over here. So we're gonna go from the ping RX to right to the socket. The client will see this thing, and then it will respond here with some kind of ping, what have you, right? So it's going to have the ping TX here as well, right? This will be, sorry, this won't be a ping. This will be the ping service TX. Okay, well, things are getting weirder and weirder, right? And like, what if we have an admin thing, right? Then if you're an admin, then we have to send an admin sender to you, right? So we need something over here now that is an admin, and if you happen to be an admin, right, then we need to get admin commands here, right? So we have an admin RX, but here's the thing: we're gonna have an RX here, and then we need an admin TX. All right, whoops, admin adder TX, okay? An insane thing to have, right? So we have this admin adder TX that we're gonna pass that over to the server maybe, right? So if this message is for some reason doing something, then we need to create a pair of channels, right? We need to create the admin channel for our TCP socket read. Now we need to have an admin TX here that corresponds to the admin RX, not the adder. Okay, you might be in a state of what the flip are you talking about at this point, and rightfully so. This is going in sort of like an insane place because we have so many channels being built up here, right? And because of this thing now, we have something that can send an admin TX to the reader, so the reader can send admin commands, right? So this channel is created after everything is started, right? And this admin, so if we're going to start drawing lines between everything here now, so we're going to have the admin TX that goes to this guy. Okay, we can't do that. Okay, so then we have the writer TX, which comes from here to, I can't even get there, can I? Whoops. All right, that was a mistake in a cake. So that will be in there somewhere. Let's just move this out of the way a little bit. And where did you go? Let's move you out of the way a little bit, right? So this one sends channels there to the admin TX. So we can write that there. And maybe there's even a shutdown that we'll be able to send to people as well. I don't know, right? But there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on here. That is basically working by send. I'm trying to like move this out of the way, but we only get one. Can we get two handles? No. Cheap program, right? This thing would very quickly start to become messy, right? And then of course we have the metric, right? If we enable metric, then we need to get them sending. Maybe not every connection has a metric either, but don't forget the ping service, right? The ping service here, right? And here's the thing. When any of these socket halves is closed, right? If we close the reader, we now have to clean up. So we have to close the writer. The writer can probably be written in such a way that it would naturally close when the reader is closed. So that one, not too worried about, right? Because, well, when this thing closed down, we send a shutdown to the server TX, which will remove the writer TX, which will remove the writer, which will cause the writer RX to fail to read, and then we can shut that down and subsequently shut down the ping RX. Sorry, the ping. I didn't even remember we had that, right? But it's getting to be a hot mess. Okay, it's getting to be a hot mess, and this is the problem that Binky solves, right? everything is abstracted away. You don't even deal with the TCP connections or the UDS connection, or whatever kind of connection you have. You don't even have to deal with that, right? Instead, you have an agent, 1, 0, 1, or many agents. You have a router. Every agent has an address. And this address, this agent might exist on a separate computer. It doesn't matter, right? So if we want to send a message from an agent to the ping service, all we do is construct a message to the ping service address. We don't have to get a receive or a transmitter for the ping service. We don't have to do any of these things. We simply just send the message to the ping service, to the ping agent, saying, hey, I'm here, I'm doing my thing. Keep me alive, please, right? You love a hot mess? Who doesn't, right? Excalibur, yeah. I tried to use the Droid tablet in Excalibur, and that was ridiculously poor. A ridiculously poor experience, right? So therein lies the issue, right? You can see how this is messy and this is unpleasant in what we end up with in. No, where's the tool shelf thing? Okay, there you are. Right, let's go to. There. Okay, can we have normal things, right? So here, really, we just have something as simple as an agent that can send messages. We have the router that can receive messages. And you can have multiple agents doing whatever it is that they're doing. They can be associated with a TCP connection or a Unix domain socket or nothing at all. But the reality is that, well, the reality is, it sounded very somber, didn't it? Right? Very, very alarming, right? The thing is that they will just send messages, right? They will be like, okay, I want to send a message. This agent want to send a message to this agent. So it will send a message, right? Let's call you agent A. Let's call you agent B and agent C. Now, I know some of you want to be funny about it. You can do that, right? So I'm sending the message, hello. Actually, let's just draw up the message. We did get a dot in there. Okay. Where are we? There we go, right? So the message I'm sending is going to be the, I guess we can use the text here, right? It's going to have the address, agent B, and it's going to have the message, hello, right? Okay, so that's all I'm sending here. Or maybe I'll put it here then and then move this bobbin a little bit. Oh, group. How do I group thing? Control G? Yeah. Stupid brain knows things. Okay. Too nice, right? And then the router will route a message to agent B, or it will tell agent I, there's no agent B here. What do you want from me, right? There is no need for this, right? This is a headache, okay? Now, channels look, and they are, in general, really good building blocks, right? But as with everything when it comes to programming, they are building blocks, right? So use them to construct the thing that you need instead of the thing that's just there, right? If you're just using the parts that the standard library gives you, and you never build your own data types on top of that, right? You could be, you could free yourself from a lot of grief by doing these things, right? Anyway, so yeah, this exists because I got livid from having to deal with the mess that was sadly, I don't remember the exact situation. There was a situation with a lot of crap of channels being sent over channels to do things. And it was just such an unpleasant experience in the end. I just couldn't keep track of all the channels. I just went, okay, this is ridiculous. I can't work with this. We need something better. And for me, this is better, right? This is miles better. It's not Miles Davis though, but it's miles better. And that's kind of what I need, right? So anyway, yes, that's what we have, right? That's what we have. And we built this chat in no time. As a matter of fact, I should be able to take this information, not this information, but I should be able to do this. Okay, let's see what we need here. We could probably do this, right? And then we have to add the, it's not really an actor model. It started out as an actor model, but it's not really an actor model, right? There are a lot of things missing to make it an actor model. If we did this, let's just grab this for fun here. And then we're just going to dump that in here for now. Let's see if we can inject this into our code here, right? Oh yeah, everything has the wrong path if we do like this. Oh wow, really wrong path. Stream control is not a thing anymore, I don't think. Is this going to compile now? And connect. Yeah, we don't do that. Okay, so let's just rebuild what we did over here then, right? We start up the Twitch thing over here. We could just copy that, put that there. That should work. If we bring a few things in, this receiver, we're just going to wait 6 years for this thing to happen, right? That's the Twitch comms receiver. It's the emitter. Cool beans. Easy peasy. All right, then we need to get these two, and we can even copy the thread spawning malarkey over here, right? Right, so we need to get the handle. We get a handle on things. Might not love that name now. And then instead of using the that can be full screen. We don't need all of this. I don't. You know what? I want that for the future. I'm gonna do some really weird shit in the future with this thing, right? Okay, so with and what is it? With what? With receiver, right? So with receiver, and we're gonna pass in the emitter and the receiver. Message receiver, and so it goes. I'll show you in a second, RLD. Okay, arguments are incorrect. So did I get the emitter and the receiver in the wrong order again? I did. Okay, so there we go. Right, we that took no time, and if I hadn't been such a goof, it would have taken even less time. Right, so let's go and add a component for this. Do we have components in here? No. Isn't it? Yeah, why wasn't that? Yeah, we do have components. What do you... Oh, source. Chat.rs, right? Pub struct message. This will hold the chat message, right? So we need to go to components module and add message. Is that what I call this? No, I call this chat. Whoops. And then pub use chat. We need a component and a state. So that can be chat component. We don't need a state here because that's already provided for us by something else. Okay. Chat comp. For some reason, I decided to call them comp. This thing needs to have a handle on things. All right, and now we just have to implement component for our chat component. Not to be confused with chat cop. That'll be a moderator. No, maybe. We're going to use this. And we're good. Okay, so let's register this thing with our runtime as well. So let's add a... Can we add a default? I don't think we can. We're going to call component here then. We don't need you, but that's going to be chat. I'll go to chat ammo. And then we'll have a chat component. Actually, you know what? I do think default should be possible here, right? Chat comp. I think default should definitely be available there, shouldn't it? Let's bring this in. Now, this doesn't implement default. Oh, right. We can't implement default because of the handle. Silly me. And then we need a state here as well, right? And oh, absolutely. I will put all of this on GitHub, Doorstock. I just need to fix some of the bugs. But I guess I can put things in a semi-buggy state on GitHub. I mean, I wouldn't be the first one to do that, right? Pub. Actually, no. Yes, that'll be fine, right? Okay, so we need to pass in a chat state here, but it would be nice if we could use the default for this thing. So let's implement default for this. Whoops, good typing there. Okay, so we have, I think I need to implement default for all of these things, right? All of these things that can have default implemented for them. So anything that is a state, just so we don't have to have these like maybes and optionals for them. Is there anything else? Yeah, we got badge state in here as well, right? Okay. All right, so the thing this is going to complain about is that this thing doesn't actually implement anything that we need, right? We have to say that this thing gets chat and the state is chat state. So let's bring this in and this. Okay, and now you kind of know how this goes, right? When we mount this thing, we tell the handle to subscribe context widget ID. I think that's the first argument, yeah. And we want, now we're going to grab this from here. Channel chat message, that's what we want, right? Easy enough, right? We don't need to worry about that, right? That's all good. Unmount does sort of the same thing, except that we unsub. Something that you should never do. Okay, and then finally we have the message incoming, right? So when we get a message, we're going to take the message and we're going to attach it to our state. Wait, there you are. So we'll say if let OK chat equals chat state try from message. Okay, so this will generate a chat message from there, right? So let's push this thing as our state. So we're going to say state is equal to chat. Now I am doing something I haven't actually tried before, so this thing could become a little bit insane, right? But remember that this is all the code that we had to write to get chat messages into our program now. And well, not entirely. We also had to do this to start that up. We had to do this to get the emitter detached from the runtime, even though technically we didn't have to do that in this case, right? In this case, we could have just moved the builder above this thing and just clone the, or get a copy of the emitter for here, right? So maybe we do that, right? We do, instead of doing this, we do default. Is it default? Or is it just new? I think it's just new. Yeah. So we move this one up here and then we say emitter is the runtime emitter, and that's it. Right, whoops. We're gonna move this at the top now. But again, the thing kind of just stays the same. We're gonna have a backend before we can do any of this. And that's not called run, that's called builder. And the receiver has to be created before that. Right, there we go. You just had to move a few things around. Runtime builder, that's what we're looking for, right? So complete brain fart. But by moving a few things around, we don't have to do that. Although arguably, I don't know if that increased readability or not, because we're putting this thing so smack dab in the middle of our code, then I think maybe it's better the way it was before when we store all this stuff outside of that. Like this, then we, whoops. What are you griping at me for? There we go. Then we can spawn this thing as like the second thing we do. We just have to do these two to set it up. And then here, this will be the Twitch data. And then everything else here is, whoops, is the UI, right? And it's kind of nicer separation rather than jamming this Twitch data into the middle of this thing. But yeah, either which way, right? Okay, so now if sorry, brain fart again. Okay, so now that we have that, we can now get chat messages. What we don't have is a template. Where are templates? Ah, templates aren't here. Chat.aml. All right. Or hello. Right, there we go. Just like the new redeems. Yeah. Okay, so what happens if we run this now? Cargo run release. Let's see if this thing is now gonna work. So we should probably have floated this and done something better with it, right? But here's our hack bar, right? And if you wonder what this thing is, it's the same thing that you see up here, right? As a matter of fact, we could probably just restart this hack bar, couldn't we? 1 second, and I shall do so. Cat config meow no dash p, please. And there we go. All right, but before we do that, before we're going to do cargo install. Right, so we're installing a new version of the hack bar before we do this. All right, so there's our hack bar up and running again. Okay. Let's see how. So this is a little bit risky, of course, right? But let's go to index here. So we have the hack bar thing here in the middle of everything, but we might be able to just put the chat here. All right. And if we can put the chat there, we can say state.text. All right. Let's make an H stack for this thing. And then we're going to have text, foreground, state.color, state.sender, followed by some kind of separator, and then the text, username. All right. How cool is that? It's a little bit cool. That was like no work whatsoever. All right. And that is just one thing that you can do with this thing, right? That was like ridiculously little amount of work to do whatever we want to do, right? And again, we can change this for like latest channel point redemption and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, why don't we make this thing a little bit more exciting and we show the last message. Maybe we should have a timestamp. Nah, let's not bother. That seems like work. Why do I have two of these open? I'm being stupid. Can't be helped. What should we do next then, right? So, but these are the components that we build, and they are so easy to build, right? I don't think I can do anything about the confusion here. You want to do redeems instead. Okay, so that means that we have to map channel point events in there. This is probably like a really bad idea. Because anyone can say anything really bad and it's going to be here now. Let's, though, for the sake of this, let's make this thing bold because it looks better, right? And I kind of like the way it looked. So we can do the, was it like this we had? There we go. Enrico Pal. You get your full name up here though, right? Oh no, we had it was not curly brackets. It was square brackets we had for this thing. And they had a different color as well. So let's just copy that too. There we go. Now it's looking nice. But I'm just going to call 2 lower here because that's just going to annoy me. There you go. Now people can't shout because I lower the message. Here, if you're writing things in uppercase, it will just turn into shouting some nonsense. I am probably a little bit easier amused, but you want to do redemptions? We can do that. We like redemptions, apparently. All right, so what does that look like then? Let's add to our hack bar. We add redemption. Okay, redemption. And that's going to be redemption component. And then it will be some kind of channel point state. Or is it channel point redemption state? Or what the heck is it? Okay, we'll have a look then. So Twitch, we have channel points. Channel point redemption state is a chunky one. In my defense, it is not my fault. I didn't name them, right? Well, that means we have to make changes in here. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but we will do something. You know what? Maybe we need a truncate function for this, right? I can see that we are. This thing is gonna like go too far over there. No take backs. I agree with you though. Okay, let's first just build this thing for fun because it takes no time. We have something called channel point event here. How did this end up here? Did I build this already? Channel. Wait, what is that? Channel point event. Okay, that should be called component to be. I don't know what accent that is. To be in line with everything else here. That one I think is already fine. Why are you not working? No, that's the state. All right, so it's just not there. We just need to bring that in here. Change that. Delete that. Okay. Whoops. Unresolved in components. But it isn't. Oh, well, that certainly is. Grr. Come on, Vim. Then I better want to do that. Expected a function. Okay, so you have to have a handle. And, oh man, have a pub. And then this is supposed to be the state. And then that becomes the message. And we bring this in. And clearly they don't implement default, so we have to do that again. Not a big issue. Okay. All right, then we go to the chat and we copy these things. But we don't want chat messages here, though, right? As a matter of fact, why don't we just grab everything from, whoops, from here and down. Like that. Whoops, and then I quit for some reason. All right, that's going to be channel point. Oh, you couldn't have waited until we were done with this? You sausage. And right, now we have to implement the try from for this. There's a try from. Oh, damn. Did I just make a silly mistake again? Yeah. Wow, I am such a nonsense. Okay, right. I just see something silly that I've done here. Let's just do this. Right? And the same thing here. And then this will be event. Like that. As long as the message can be created from there. And I think that's just what's missing here. So let's do this not in this project from this project, right? Because we're working in the wrong directory. Let's just get the states event channel point. There we go, right? So these are the states. And these are the transforms. And we need from for this, right? So import from, and these are very long, for state fix, no, fix, no, fix, thank you. All right, so all we're going to do here is a title is value.title.into. That's going to be user input into, and then we have cost into, we have prompt, and we have username. Right? So that's it. Now we should have this done. Is this lazy? No, the streamer is lazy, and this is NeoVim. So it's kind of in a way that it isn't at all, I suppose. All right, use a mood value handle. We just have to clone the handle because the handle is fine to clone. And now we have a redemption ammo. And that's it. Now we can get channel point redemptions in there if we wanted to. So let's write that up, shall we? But before we do anything with that, again, I haven't tried any of this stuff. Got a cargo run release on this thing. Make sure that it compiles. No, we haven't made the redemption thing yet. So touch templates redemption.aml text redeem. And now this should work. Yeah. Okay, let's restart it. Now we have channel point redemptions, right? Wait, no, we don't, because I never subscribed to them. So I have goofed up once more. Let's go to channel point events. We're getting chat messages, not anything else. So we want custom channel point. A custom channel border has been created for the specified channel. We want the redemption ad. Wow, this is so flipping long. Okay. That's what we need. So now we have to do another run. Make sure that this looks fine. It does. We're going to cargo install this to our local machine, as we do. It's a lot of warnings. So let's pretend they're not there, right? And then we restart our bar, right? Okay, now we should be able to get a redemption. So what is it that we have in our redemption though, right? Let's go to our points event here. This is the state. We have title, I think is one. No location found. Oh, you're going to be like that. You know what? I don't need you. I can read the documentation. Event, reward, title. Okay, so title should be possible here, right? So state.title. Okay, let's go here and let's change the chat for, what did I call that thing now? I called it redemption. Okay. Random code, right? There we go. So now we have channel point redemption showing up in here. We know who did this, all right? By, whoops, by state.username. There you go. You know what? I don't use span even half as much as I should. There we go. That's pretty good. You redeemed the same redemption. Yeah. What's the frequency, Kenneth? I don't know. This is so easy now, right? Yeah. There's very little. In like the last hour, we've rebuilt this whole thing to work with this, right? It is so easy to build and load these things. Now we have to do this in the future, is like map these things, right? So rewriting this program would make sense, okay? Where we pull the state in instead. Yeah, but the redemptions has to go somewhere, Enrico. We have to do something with them. So it would make sense to update this program here to use that redemption. But it's not overly interesting though, right? I feel like maybe we should do something else. Maybe we need to do something kind of different with our lives. Is that what I'm saying? Should we do something else? It is getting, but it's not just that. We just added this to the title bar very easily, right? No. Otherwise, the chat looking the same. That is concerning. Why are we not getting new chat? Yeah, we do. Okay, it was just hanging on to the old one. I'm guessing that's because it was unmounted. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it was unmounted. Can you animate colors of things? Yeah, we did that based on like a tick event. We wrote a whole function to convert it to grayscale, and then we animated that. You wanted the border cycle like a rainbow. That would be a lot of work. That would definitely be a lot of work. You wouldn't be able to do that with a border. You'd have to write a custom widget for that. It would certainly not be the most straightforward thing to do. I can tell you that. The way I would approach that would probably be by using fill. No, I don't even know how I would do that. I have no idea how I would do that. Maybe that's not even possible. Everything is possible. Hello, Ichiru. Did I nerd snipe? Yeah, you always do, Temporis. There's always a nerd snipe there, right? That's very cool, Doorstock. If you have any like cool projects, feel free to share them in the Discord as well. We have like a whole thing for screenshots and stuff. Assuming you're happy with your screenshots ending up in like the README and links to your projects and stuff like that, right? If not, then obviously let me know, right? So you could do this with, I don't know how you would do this, because you need to know what you have drawn. You need to draw a border around something. So it would need a custom widget. This would probably need a custom widget. I am definitely uncertain how this would work. Yeah, I think a custom border widget would be a thing. We're gonna have a new border style with the next release as well, so that'll be fun. I think maybe a truncate function would be pretty cool too. So if we go to our chat here, it would be nice to be able to do truncate and then 20. Now I just broke that instead, but that's okay. It's pretty flexible. So let's add a where is this thing? What is this thing depending on? Oh, it's depending on the Git version. Okay, so let's go to Anathema Resolver function module. And that will definitely be a string function. We can take the toStir function, just copy this and say truncate here. And the length has to be 2. The buffer we're going to write into. Now, does the Rust string? Oh, thank you. I don't have to type. Does it have a truncate function here? It does. And the specified length, is that in... Yeah, okay. So it has to lie on a car boundary. So this one is a bit problematic then. So we would have to make sure that this thing actually truncates on the character boundary instead. We could use pop until the width is correct. That would be something, Roberto. Now, I can think of different ways of doing this. We need to know the length. The length is going to be the second argument. And we can certainly convert these to numbers, right? I don't think that's a function. That is a function. All right, so we can call, we should probably call sint instead. Otherwise, we're going to return a null here. Can we do this? No, that was very optimistic. But what is the most, what is like a sensible way of doing this? Because when you truncate something, you're expecting a cell count. So you kind of need to know the width of the string. Right? So what we have here is a remainder. Ooh, Nelly. Okay. Do we have the Unicode width here? Yeah, we do. Okay, so we can go back to the resolver and add the Unicode width here. Shape. Is not Unicode width. Ah, right. Is that it? What are you talking about? This thing exists. This is a string size, no? Quick restart will solve this one. I'll show you. I show all of you, right? No. Use Unicode with Unicode. Whoops. Why did I do that? All right. Weird, but okay. Hello, Nightshade. Balat. I don't know what Balato is. I've uninstalled Balato. I don't remember when I did it, but I haven't installed it back again. So we're going to take the width from here, right? So remainder is minus equal to the width. Now that doesn't work because you have to do a saturating sub. Prove it. All right, hang on then. You did this to us. Just you wait. It's not too late. Blah 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 blah. All right, there we go. Okay, there we are, and there we go back. Man, how can I show people this without like showing other people here? Okay, we'll do this. Okay, here you go. See, Balacho uninstalled. There you go. I bet it is, Chris. I bet it is. Yeah, it was taking up too much of my time. Okay, so remainder is equal to remainder saturating, saturating sub the width, right? A gangling addict. Are you a gangling addict? What does a gangling addict do? Oh, I-64. We need to know the width of the string, so converting it to a character iterator and back is probably not any more efficient to do. We could convert it to a character iterator and keep adding characters, basing them on the character's width. That would be a way of doing it. Oh, do you think I can play anything on my phone? I'll tell you what games I have on my phone because it's so relevant, right? I have Cultist Simulator 2112 TD, which was not that fun. Star Traders Frontier something, which was quite boring. Bunny Hop, which is the best game ever. Vampire Survivors and Rummikub, which is some kind of weird game that wasn't very fun either. Now, gaming on, I had the New York Times thing on there, but I got rid of it because it kind of sucked a little. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting like analysis paralysis here, right? What would be a sensible way of doing this? If the width is less than the remainder. Let's make the remainder into as I-64, right? Like this. Now I have to deal with that crud. If the width is less than remainder, then we just do this. Right? We don't need to check anything at that point. Here we can actually start dealing with it, right? We make the width mutable as well. While the width is larger than the remainder. Wait, is this? No. While the remainder is larger than 0. Then we're going to push otherwise we break. We have to use saturating sub, otherwise it might... okay, this isn't quite right. Because that one returns an option. But this isn't entirely correct. A lot of gross casting here, right? So why is this wrong? Because we can end up with a remainder of 1, but end up with a character width of 2, which is going to prevent this thing from overflowing, but this thing will add a character that is wrong. Okay. So here we have to say if the we'll do this here. If the width is larger than the remainder, then we have to break. Kind of a lot of complexity to truncate. Not as nice, but the majority of times we're probably going to end up here though, right? When we truncate, which will be reasonably fine to do. Do we have tests for things here? Yeah, so let's add some truncate tests in here, right? Truncate long string. Value will be this is a longer string. Truncate value and then value 4. That should be this. Okay, we have a mutable that doesn't have to be mutable. Okay, that was easy, wasn't it? Let's get into the edge cases. Truncate short string. High. Again, whoops. Oh, did I accidentally leave 2 in there? All right. And then here we're going to take the difficulty by having a bunny in here. Now, if I have 2 bunnies, that is 4 cells. And I say that this thing can be 3, then this thing should just be a bunny. Truncate wide cells. And it's fine. All right, enjoy Nightshade. Thanks for hanging out. I wasn't that interesting when I didn't play Balatro, right? It's like, no, don't like you anymore. Okay, so truncate was easy enough. Let's edit the changes. New function, truncate. Okay, let's go to the guide. Let's make sure we're on dev branch. Let's find functions. Let's add truncate to this. Did great, but so great. I had 16 viewers last time I did it. 2 upper, 2 lower. We could just add truncate to the top here. Truncate a string if it's longer than number. Easy. Okay, so let's add that in there. Truncate docs. Sounds like we're truncating the documentation though, which would be ship. Okay, then maybe we should prepare for another anathema release then. Is there anything else in there? Yeah, we need this for the other one. Whoops. Whoops. Truncate is never used. Yeah. Resolver function. Right. It would help if we actually added the functions that we are dealing with. Is it going to pass first time? It did. All right, we're going to release another version of this. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to GitHub Anathema guide. So we release the guide at the same time as we release the this thing. So we set up a PR. I know, first try. How does that even happen, right? I do a quick look for typos. Truncate string number. Truncate a string if it's longer than number. Good enough for me. But we're not going to merge it just yet. Now we have to go to Anathema here and set up for a release. The first thing we're going to do is, well, we have a pull request in there. We're going to make a new one. Whose pull request is this? Oh yeah, this one. Was this my MP coordinates? All right, since he didn't do that, I'll just commit the change. And then I merge this into dev. Then we have no pull request. Let's make a new pull request from dev to main. Create pull request. Oh, probably nothing, Dorsdark. I do these things all the time. I'd imagine that it would be quite easy to do. 0.2.9. I might misunderstand what you are saying. You're saying emulate, and okay, I think I know what you mean. There is a crate that you can run that allows you to just serve things over SSH. So you don't mean actually setting up a server with SSH. You want to be able to SSH into an Anathema app. That's possibly what you mean, right? All right, we're almost there. Yeah, I kind of thought that's what you meant. Yeah, I haven't tried it. I think there is something. I'm gonna find out though. You're not the first one who asks me about this over the course of this project, which has been going for many years. Okay, so we have now merged dev into main. Git branch is dev. Let's do a git pull, git switch to main, pull that. Then we're going to go back to dev and we're going to do a cargo release. Cargo pub. I never remember which one I'm using. Is it cargo release or cargo publish? It is cargo release, I think. Yeah, so cargo release version 0.2.9 workspace. This is a dry run. Okay, then we have to add all the version bumps here. That is the version bump, not the version bump, which is something else. It would be very cool to be able to do that, Doorstar. Because as a matter of fact, I can run Anathema on my phone. This is Anathema on my phone, running the button example. Can't quite reach to push it. There we go, right? I've decremented a number. But that's Anathema on my phone. So yeah, you should definitely be able to do this stuff. It'd be very cool. Okay, so git push this. We're going to merge this as well into dev. Which is a bit silly, but yeah. And then while that is running, we're going to cargo. I guess we're going to switch to main. I'm going to pull this. I don't really have to sit through this, but there's a part of me that are really not comfortable ignoring this. Should anything insane have happened, but it can't, we should be able to do this. But I don't want to have like an incomplete run showing up somewhere either, right? Okay, in the meantime, let's go to crates.io. I think there is an SSH server here. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. Okay, so let's git pull. I'm going to go back to dev. And we're going to go cargo release. And then it's going to say, do you really want to do this? And I'll be like, yeah. All right, I'm going to try to not monitor this now. So we'll just hope that it works. It could have been Rush. Painlessly expose Rust to applications over SSH. Maybe this is what... yeah, this one requires this, but let's have a look at the dependencies. Yeah. That's it. It's going to be Rush. Let's see what Rush looks like here. No, wait, that is not right, is it? It has an example with Ratatouille. Okay. Where are the examples? Okay. Let's try to... Let's just grab this now. And while we're building this, let's go to demo. And let's load that in. Let's see what this looks like. We have 2 cargo add rush to this. Don't know what else. I'm probably missing something here. I mean, we are missing Ratatouille, of course, but let's see. Yeah, that's what we're failing to resolve. It has, but it's using cross terms, so I don't see that being an issue. All right, so let's see. What do we got here? All right, then we're going to merge the guide. I'm doing many things at the same time. There we go. Okay. So app counter, blah, 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 terminal handle, start, sender unbounded channel, Tokyo spawn, sender, sync, write for the terminal handle, extend from slice, flush, app server. Okay. Let's see how this works now. Oh, this bloody cable. Come on. I don't even have to have it plugged in, do I? I'm not using it. There we go. Okay. So the app server has a... So these are the connected clients. I'll show what the ID is doing. And the app is the Ratatouille app, yeah? And then we spawn another thread where we're doing all this. So this is calling like the runtime run thing here. And what's the terminal in this case? In clients, that's going to be SSH terminal. So that's what we want to look at, right? Oh, that's kind of cool though, right? You have shared state, right? And then here you do a terminal draw. So this thing probably implements write. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying we need like we can't use standard out, right? We need to write to whatever this thing is saying is the terminal, right? Or am I misunderstanding something here? No, this is the server. So terminal handle, this thing is part of, no, that's just the byte stream. So it's just going to write that to whatever output we have. So if we have an output, if we can change the output to something else, this should be fine, right? Hello, Wairu. I merged your PR just now. Yeah, everything is there. Yeah, I just merged it myself. Don't worry about it, man. It's fine. Yeah, it's very hectic to push one. But I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Nah, but I do the same thing, man. When I want to relax, I'm like, I'm out of here, bye, and then I go and relax. Okay, I think I see how this works. There's something, maybe I'm missing one thing. Hang on, let's see. All right, so when we run this, this is just gonna loop and draw. So it's one app, but we are writing to multiple terminals, right? Is one. So we would possibly build this into the we would build this as an SSH backend instead. That could work. What do you think about that, Doorstock? If we, instead of using the TUI backend, you use the SSH backend, and you have to configure it the way this thing would be configured, but that's it. So nothing really changes. However, it will be, your LSP has a couple of problems. Oh, that reminds me. Thank you for bringing that up. Cat changes. Whoa, hang on. Why is there a changes origin there? What? No, 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 no. Status, please. Okay, cool. We're gonna drop this on this code. Hang on to your booties. I don't know why I said that. I don't know why I say the things I say. 0.2.9. Bosh. There we go. Please do, Scott. What are you talking about, Rico? We have it right here somewhere. Oh, shit. I forgot to make it. All right. Okay, we're up to speed there, I think. What widget do you need, Noel? Maybe have a recursion depth though, Wiry. I thought about having a recursion depth if we're gonna do nestable components, but we can't do nested components yet. I don't know if we are gonna be able to do that. Okay, since we now have updated this, we should be able to go in here and change our anathema version to just use the latest. Which means that cargo build should be fine. Yeah, that's not fine. That, however, is fine. Yeah. Don't need that. Then let's go to our... Do we have that open still? Yeah, we do. Let's do a release build of this thing. And while that's taken away, we can install it. And let's restart it. Okay, so now we should be able to edit our chat to say truncate 20. Ooh, nice. 120. Okay, 80. That could work. We don't have to do that now. Right, so I'm happy about the current documentation of Anathema Guide. I'd love to discuss what you think needs changing first, though, right? But I'm up for it. There are some things that people may find confusing. We need proof that people find them confusing before we change them. But I am not against the change. Tables. Tables. What do you expect from tables? No. Spinners, you would definitely have to do. Spinners, you can implement yourself. That's just a component. That will probably not be a widget. It wouldn't make sense as a widget. It makes more sense as a component because you would just adjust it based on the tick function, right? And the time delta, and just cycle through. I mean, what am I talking about? Why don't I just show you what a spinner would do? Oh, hang on, I'm doing this. Man, squiggle brain. Okay, let's do this thing first. Then we'll get to it. Okay, so okay, maybe this would not work as a backend door stock. We need to, well, it could work as a backend, but we need to provide something for this to write to. Because this will be, like, first of all, this is a little bit insane, right? Because here you are waiting for everyone else before you might be written to, right? So if you have a slow connection before, it's like, as in, this is not optimal. If you have a slow connection before you, then that's gonna add latency to your connection. So this might not be the ideal way of doing it. It might be better to snapshot changes. But I want to take that detail out of this. I don't want that detail to be in there. Yes, but if we want to be able to make this into effectively a server where you and I can both log on to the same server and observe the same state. If we want to be able to observe the same state. But maybe that's this becomes difficult to know what it is that one might want to do, right? That seems insane. That's what this does though, right? But it seems insanely fun. Maybe you probably want to have a different frame rate over SSH as well, right? But I think being able to do both would be cool. So I don't know how. Like maybe we can. Let me think about this off stream because this is not gonna be solved while I'm streaming. While I'm streaming, there's way too much going on in my sordid brain. But feel free to like let's continue this conversation on Reddit if you are there. I would be up for that. I definitely think this might be a thing, right? Yeah, that's literally what we're talking about, null pointer. The SSH backend. So there are, if we give the end user the option to either have a shared state or not, right? There's, if you think about shared state, could add to like a lot of games and stupid things like that, and individual state would obviously add to improved life quality and sanity. So there's a lot of things to look at there, right? What was I going to say? Oh yeah. So let's say that we make a spinner here, okay? And I don't know what we're going to do here. Let's do this, right? And we do something silly here. So let's add the component here. We'll add spinner. Let's say that we have 4. So this is going to be the number of steps that we have, right? Right. So we need two U size. Oh, that's too bad. We'll do it this way. Okay. Current U size and max U size. Okay. U8. I mean, honestly, we're wasting all that lush, beautiful, whatever, right? So here's our spinner. The current is how you spell current, and the max will be, let's say, 4. And we're going to have our spinner state have a C, which can be an empty space into. So there we go, right? Didn't I call that spinner state? Ah, not the spinner state. There we go. So on our tick function here, this is where we can modify what we're going to have for our current character. Okay. So we need like a countdown for this to make sense. So we say time is an instant. Wait 2 hours for the LSP. You know what? I don't have time for this thing. Used time instant. But then again, we can probably fix this one as well. So let's start off with our time to be, actually it should be a duration. Shouldn't it? So we need to know how far this thing is going to go. So we'll do, we're going to change it from an instant. So we do self.time is equal to self.time.saturating self. The reason we're doing this is because we are interested in ignoring the frame rate. That's why we're doing it this way. Right, and that's supposed to be a duration, right? And then duration from seconds, and we say 1. So now we're gonna tick over every second, and if self.time is 0, that's not how you spell any of what I just said, then we're gonna do something, right? Then we're gonna return. Or rather, if it's not 0, we're gonna return. And then self.time is gonna be duration from seconds 1. And now we have to advance. Self.current plus equals to 1. And then do self. I guess what we could do here is we could have a list of different characters, right? So that would be a list of characters instead. Yeah, there we go. And then all we have to do here is update our index. I don't know why I wrote the word index. That was an insane moment. And then here we need to make some kind of spinner character out of it. So let's go to ASCII block cars here, right? And see what we can find. That looks like something we've seen before. That's not the one I want. Maybe this one has something. Yeah, thank you. That was great. What about border cars then? Maybe Wikipedia can help us here, right? There should be like maybe this thing. Maybe this could be our spinner. And then, so we're just going to go through these characters, right? So it will be something like this. Whoa. I think Vim kind of goofed up on that one. Come on, Vim, buddy. You can do it. Okay, I don't know why the last one is so mangled, but there we go. So we kind of want this. And then can we just take these? And apparently not. Okay. Well, all right. Let's just have it cycle then, right? So this is going to be our static cars, which is an array of car. Is that. Wow, this is going to be gross. Okay, that is exactly what I want to do. Let's just add 600 of these here. Right, there we go. Right, we have our cars. Yeah. The size. Okay, let's just do this because I'm way too lazy. Okay. That would have been better, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's just say that this is a list from iter cars, and then the index will be 0. Oh, gross. Okay, you know what? Fine. Be like this. Rust. Is it 8? There we go. What a guess. Right, okay, so now we have our characters and we have our index and all of that. So we're gonna increment current by 1. If self.current is equal to self.max, then self.current is 0. And then we'll do self.state.index.set to self.current. And that's it, okay? Except this thing has to be a U8 instead. There's no self state either, right? Okay, so this should do the trick, right? This should just keep counting up and then tick over, okay? So we go to index and then we write, okay, forget you, text hello, just to see if this thing works. Oh, we have a lot of dependencies in there we can get rid of. Don't need you or you or you. And now we can use 0.2.9 instead. Oh my god. Stop it. Muscle memory, you're doing the wrong thing. Okay, I have to like take my hands away from there. Man, I can't think of what it is that I'm doing. I just have to do it. Okay, so if we go to index now and we show state, what are you doing again? State.cars, state.index. There you go. There's your loader. Okay. It only updates once every second, which is a little bit boring. So let's change this to say from millis to 200. Whoop. Let's actually fix this so it's not so stupid looking, right? Let's take this thing and reverse the order of it. I would have thought that Vim would read my mind and do the order reversal for me, but that is not going to happen. And then I just added some random characters there because I'm simple and that's how I do. And that too. You know what? I'm being exceptionally thick. We are going to do it this way, but then again, we're not going to do it this way. We're going to improve this even more because even though I'm thick, sometimes I'm thicker than thick, right? And if you haven't figured out what we're going to do soon, you can all sit on your hands. Don't do that and think about this thing, right? There we go. So this is what we really want. Then we're going to get rid of you. Like that. And then we want to get rid of that one too. So we want something that looks like this. But we're going to take this over here and get rid of that. And then we just add this straight to a template. Okay. Let's make something that is actually called a spinner, where the characters are this. So we pass in a collection of characters for our spinner. So let's go into our main. So we have our spinner thing here. Let's register our spinner, not as the index, but as something else. Spinner. That's going to be our spinner ammo. And then our index could just be that, right? So builder.template. Index, that's going to be templates index.ammo unwrap because we don't care. Like that instead. Now the spinner state doesn't have characters anymore, okay? It's just going to have a singular character called C. Right? And now C is just that. And the current index is just that. So we can actually get the character instead from our attributes. So when we tick, so here we're supposed to change this. Why do we even have the index? We don't need the index there either, right? We can get rid of that one. So we know what the current one is. So let's get this out, right? So attributes, context.attributes.get as. We could get it as a string. I don't know if maybe we can do like get list instead, right? Iter as instead, iter as. That's one S if you feel like you don't believe me. And then what are we iterating as? We're iterating as a character here. Okay, and then we're just gonna skip to self.current and then next. And that will be the next value. Yeah. All right. And then what do we call this thing? We call it cars. Oh, how inventive I am. Expected a U size. Yeah, that's how iterators work. Don't need that index anymore. We're just going to use the current one. So hopefully this makes sense. We're just getting the attributes out of there. We're skipping past the ones that we're not interested in anymore. And then we're going to get the next one. We could just unwrap here because why not? There's no way this is going to crash, right? And then here, we're just going to do state.c.set next. And it broke. I broke it, did it? Why did I broke it? Oh yeah, because we didn't create the template spinner.aml. And then here, we're just going to show the text of state.current. No, C. There you go. And now, actually, wow, this is kind of insane. Let's not do this. This is super weird. We have a max here. We can't have a max value there because this thing is, we have to get the max value out of this thing as well, right? So let's say that the max value is attributes. And then there's like a list thing here that we can get. Oh, I thought we had a list or a slice. Is there no get as slice? I guess we could ask for the length of the iter. We could just do a count here. Right, we're being a little bit naughty now. Okay, don't look too close at this. Okay, there we go. So running this is now running. It's just doing its thing. It's going back and forth, right? But what we can do now is we can change this. We can have 0, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, right? And then I broke. Why did you break? Okay. I don't know why it broke when I did that, but you can just change what your spinner is going to be, right? Although I am disappointed that it broke. There you go, right? Why did it break? Fudge. Okay, we need to disable this thing and see this thing break again. Oh, I know why. You stupid twit. All right. The current one. If current is larger than or equal to max. There we go. There we go. Look at this now. Hot reloadable, load the character. You just change whatever you want here. Would it maybe be nicer if we made it into an actual string size though? And we treated one character as each. Hello, little bit, how are you going? Yeah, no, it's not like this is not what Rust provides, this is what we provide. This is us being fancy. Can we like get as and then a string slice instead? Too right. Okay, so we do this. Cars is that. Okay, now we're going to be a little bit silly because we are now saying that this is ASCII only. All right, I think we can just make you into a U size at this point. I mean, no one cares about that, those bytes. And then here we do cars dot or maybe string then, right? So now I'm ignoring Unicode in here. We're going straight ASCII. Okay, and then we make this, whoops, we make this into a string instead. Yeah, that's kind of nicer to work with a string, right? Who cares about 8 bytes? Well, if it's 8 bytes or not depends on your padding, right? So this is 24 bytes. If we were to make this thing U8, it's going to be 24 bytes still. So in this case, because of alignment and padding, you're not losing anything, okay? Maybe a bit of your pride, but that's it. No, you're going to use that memory anyway, right? But time to pack the strike. Well, then it would maybe be less efficient for memory, right? But I mean, how cool is this, right? We just knocked this out of the park. But this thing is not Unicode friendly at all. And then it broke. Why did you break? Boop. All right, so I'm doing some stupid maths here as well again, right? We should probably make it work without... let's not have it at 200. Let's have it at like 75. So it's fast as it break. Unwrap on a non-value. Why would that fail? Main 42. Yeah, so we kind of have to do cars here, right? Cars.count. Maybe there is like a too wide Unicode character in there. Yeah, that was it. But how much fun is that? Okay. I mean, like, you might be a little bit sad if you find this fun, but I do. And then obviously we're going to have a V stack with a bunch of these spinners in there. Oh, right. Hello. Component. I meant prototype. Right. There we go. That's what I meant. Wee. And then here we can change things to hello world. So one of these things just going to keep writing on hello world, right? Oh, yeah. All right. You wanted some different characters. You wanted... Oh, let's see. This is Museum's thing, right? This was used with... this was used to check some code. But this thing will misbehave, no doubt. But if it really, truly misbehaves, you have to do this first to see it misbehave. There you go. Well, if we just write this out as text in our index, but there's a chance that this will be destroyed by pasting in the terminal as well, right? But we actually handle the multiple code points. We have something in Anathema called a glyph. So a glyph can be made up of multiple code points, right? Yeah, so a grapheme cluster, right? All this stuff is a nightmare and a half, right? No one wants to deal with this bullshit, right? It's grody and shitty to have to deal with, right? But yeah. You just have to deal with the nuisance that is what it is, right? Okay, so to conclude, we don't really need to have a custom widget for this. This is like perfect thing to do in terms of what to do with. Come on, brain. With components, right? There's like a perfect component used to do these kind of things. Right? So if we want to add like an enable true thing here, we can just read this from our attributes, right? So if get as a Boolean value enabled, unwrap or true. If not, then return. So here we can enable and disable these things depending on how we feel like it, right? Anathema's extra. Yeah, so for some, so these are definitely the things that should go into Anathema's extra, Anathema extras. Right now we only have an input widget there, but for things like loaders and spinners and buttons, I started with a button there as well. I showed this earlier, but I showed again just because it's kind of fun to do, right? This is Anathema running on my phone, right? We got buttons and everything. You can't really see me push, or you can, but it's not easy. We could run this example on my phone if I wanted to as well. It's very cool. I wish there was a launcher for that. Yeah, if there was a launcher, that would be better. Right now, you have to open like termarks and stuff, but that's what I do anyway with this. I run termarks and Vim and stuff on my phone. It's very rarely that I program on my phone. As a matter of fact, I was considering downgrading Anathema because it was using a what's the word I'm looking for? Version of Rust, a new version of Rust than what was available in Termux, but that has been updated now, so there was no point. Just so I could write code on my phone when we were in the car. I'm driving and I'm coding. You shouldn't text and drive, but no one said anything about coding and driving, right? So there is that. We can make one of these that just goes up and then restarts. Boop, 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 boop. Right. What other box drawing characters do we have? Right. We have these ones. This would work quite well, I think, maybe. Oh, mate. Just rip, 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 rip. Okay. Maybe we should. I wish we could reverse these as well. So that's the first one. The second one. I think I'm doing this right. No, I think I'll give that one up. Is that right? Yeah. There you go. That one's pretty cool. I need to look at the other ones. This is all we need to see now. So you could make obviously a progress bar by all this. You make it to MMO. This, this is totally where this project actually started Doorstuck. This project, this project started many years ago, and I don't remember what I was doing. We built the first version of this using, it was me and another guy who was streaming at the time, right? We built that using Ratatouille, and then we made the, then I started making like a new terminal thing called togglebit or whatever, and this was supposed to be for building games in the terminal. For the goal was to make a a mod that looked like NetHack. So it's like a NetHack looking thing that plays like a mod. If you guys don't know what NetHack is, then you're probably quite a bit younger than me. But it's kind of like where Rogue is where Rogue started. But it's this game where you walk around and you have a dog and you die a lot, right? As NetHack in a nutshell. But it's a very cool thing. I showed you a screenshot of NetHack just because. Here's some internet history or some gaming history for you. All right, and it looks like, and that does not look like this, right? It looks more like, okay, someone has plastered a bunch of beautiful things on top of NetHack, but there you go, right? So this is where I started, right? You had this world, and then you had a viewport into the world that you moved around, and you saw all these things, and so that was like where I went with this thing, and then I liked the way you wrote applications with it, but the performance was pretty bad. There was a lot of like glitching and stuff because I did unoptimized moves and stuff. And then I went, because that was so bad, I said, okay, we need performance. So I went to something called Cursive, maybe. Let's see if it's Cursive. No, Curses. So it wasn't N Curses. It was not something, maybe it was cursed. I don't know. It was maybe it was cross curses. I don't remember, right? But it was basically a wrapper around N curses and something else. And I had great performance. But there is something insanely unpleasant about working with N curses. If you've ever done this, you know the colors comes in pairs for some reason, and it just rubs you the wrong way. So we went from an okay developer experience with bad performance to great performance with a terrible developer experience. And I just kept iterating on this thing. And I got so livid with like the bug of trying to write a character in the bottom right corner with N curses would generate errors and stuff. And I'm like, nah. So in the end, I thought, what if I can describe, and I think this is like how I remember it, right? Might not be entirely aligned with reality, but memory is a fickle thing. So I thought, okay, what if we could write a UI as a template instead? This is before Dioxys 2 was even a thing. And there were times when I thought about like ditching the whole thing because there were other things that started doing things similar to this, right? So I don't think Dioxys had the 2 thing at that time. And and I think that has stagnated anyway, right? The goal was that I wanted this to exist so I can build things with it. I had so many ideas that I wanted to build. None of them I have actually built, of course, but the ideas were there. So I added the template language, and then one day I added hot reloading to the template. Well, I didn't do it in one day, but I added hot reloading to it, and that was a game changer. That was an insane game changer. So when you are modifying your application and you kind of want to know what things look like when you are building things, it's just to be able to do this without having to actually restart and rebuild your application is such a powerful thing to be able to do. Right? So, you know, all the changes you want to do, foreground, blue, why don't we, right? All of these things that you want to do, it is just so easy to build. I also realized how bad I was at designing with this thing, right? A web client uses Xterm.js. So I kind of wonder if we could do something where we can compile Anathema to the web. I wonder if that would like be a possibility to have a web backend. I had the idea and I started poking at making an actual GUI backend for Anathema. It would still be in the same vein that you're still building with cells and blocks, but you'll be able to draw images in there, right? And other things like that. You have to draw a font. You basically draw a font that translates and do all that stuff, right? I'm happy you found it too. You study gaming Go, got pretty far on top of bubble tea. Yeah, bubble tea has looked interesting to me. I did something naughty. Someone asked me about like bubble tea and what my thoughts are. And when I say naughty, it's like it's not necessarily good to kind of, flex, be like, yeah. But the amount of work to do something in bubble tea compared to anathema there was just so much more work, right? Everything you wanted to do added like multiple lines of code, like styling and stuff like that. Now I could get things wrong, so don't take my word for it, right? But you had to make an app framework on top of that. Wow. You switch to Ratatouille, nice. Ratatouille is cool. It's too low level. Ratatouille is kind of immediate mode where we retain mode, and again, I use this as an example, right? I showed this in the past and I will show this again. This is an extreme case. Again, I'm not saying this because something is bad or good. I'm just showing you an extreme case now, right? If we do Ratatouille, Spotify, UI, GitHub, let's see if I can find that now. And we look inside what it takes to describe the... Okay, where's this? No, Spotify is the one I want, not this thing. You sausage. Come on. Awesome Ratatouille. I hope that one day we'll have an awesome anathema, maybe with or without the Lisp. Spotify Tui. I think maybe this is the one now. I'm hoping that this thing links to GitHub, and this might not be the one I have in mind. But maybe it is. It is not. This is not the one I'm thinking about. There is one where basically the UI is like a lot. Okay, so I mean, this is fine. Okay, no, oh, okay, here we go, right? So this is the pain of there's pros and cons here, okay? Just to be clear. There's pros and cons. Describing your UI in a type-safe language gives you a lot of power when it comes to refactoring, and not like you have seen the amount of bugs I produce when I do things here, right? I get a typo, I write blue instead of blue. That's not a real color, but that doesn't break the application, and so on and so forth, right? You can make mistakes that you don't see, okay? It's a trade-off. With a type-safe layout, you don't get that issue, okay? But let's talk about how much work it is to do this with type-safe code, right? This is describing the UI in Rust. Again, there's nothing inherently wrong with this. I am not hating on this project. I'm just saying, to me, this is way too much to put in one place. So for me, again, I was a fan of Ratatouille before the fork, right? TUI RS is what I started with when I was poking at things, right? I liked Ratatouille before it was cool, right? So there's nothing but love for Ratatouille. It is great. It is pure Rust, and there's nothing wrong with it, right? But this is what you're working with. You are going to have a lot of work ahead of you to describe the UIs, right? This is reasons like this is why we have components as well. Because even though Anathema is very light in terms of what you're looking at here, it is still very easy to get lost in the user interface. So just break it down into components. You don't even have to have any particular logic attached to your components, right? If you want to have something like if we're going to look at Witchbox, right? If we look at the program that is running right here, thank you for the follow. And we look at the index here. This, if we just put everything in one template, this would be quite a lot, right? So instead, we have things like the chat message AML file, right? by the way, Viru, this would be brutal for your LSP because this command is called chat, but the file is called message. Right? Whereas we can describe this thing here. And again, I can't stress this enough, right? We can literally modify this while it's running, right? Meh. Okay. Probably shouldn't do that. Let's undo that, right? The ability to design when you have a write, all right? We have all the messages here. I can now build and design and work with these things, right? If I want to change the name of Doorstock here to, I don't know, right? Dorsey. I can do this while it's running. Sorry, Doorstock. I can do this while it's running. I don't have to restart the application, load all the messages in, say it on spray, load all the messages in and do all that crap. It's just change it. Change it while it's running. NetHack is amazing. Correct. Ncurses sucks. Also correct. Bro, I hated Ncurses. Understandable. So Ncurses is fast, right? Like you could definitely write your terminal doom in Ncurses, right? Now you just need to just make the framework for me to finally build my dream project. I'm so happy to hear that, Doorstock. Right? I wanted this to exist because I wanted to use this, right? When I announced this on Reddit and nobody cared, I sulked for a little bit that morning. I was like, years of work and no one gives up, right? And like, but I'm over it because I want it. So I'm good. I'm happy that you also see some value in it, right? It's just squares, yeah. It uses the Elm architecture. I didn't know this. Yeah, when you have to do too much bootstrapping, it's a little bit, yeah. Oh wow, I thought the post was kind of dead. So it was a little bit unfortunate what happened, because the post got, and I made a meme of this on Discord as well, right? I wrote the post. Let me see if I can find it. And I love that people post so many memes. Man, that picture of me is concerning. Okay, there it is. And then we go to Reddit, our Rust. And let's see if I can find my the post in here. So yeah, I did this. I wrote this post on Reddit, right? And I wrote this post. So this is Anathema as a library for writing TUIs and one of the key features, TUI this, TUI that, GitHub, the guide, live stream, writing your next LS replacement. This is like what you shouldn't do, and a bunch of FAQ things here, which is kind of silly, but that's just me being a sausage, right? So I wrote that, and then I got this. Your post announcing Anathema, a TUI library with a templating system, was automatically removed. This was done because, based on one or more keywords in the title or body, it looks like it might be about Rust, the survival crafting game. However, you submitted it to Rust, the unofficial subreddit for the Rust programming language. If this post was about the game, you want to post to play Rust instead. And then it follows up by saying, don't delete and repost. And I thought, okay, now, if you've ever, and I didn't, right? If you have ever announced something, you know that if something that is important is the day and the time. And I wrote them a mod message saying, this is obviously about the Rust programming language. Please let this post through. It got released about 3 in the morning, my time, and it already had the age of the initial post attached to it. So I kind of guessed, and this is not true though, but this was part of my sulky moment, that people just didn't see it. And nobody saw it because, and I can't repost it because that's shit. But the truth is, actually, I think 20,000 people or so saw it. It's just that nobody cares. Let me tell you how many people have seen the post now, because this will see more insights. Total number of views, 21,000 views. 21,000 people don't give a about something I've spent years working on, all right? I am happy. I'm happy that I want to use this. If this had not been, I want this to exist, that would have destroyed me, okay? That would have been like, here's a bad idea. But you shouldn't build things for other people. You should build things that you want to exist, and you should be okay with someone coming along making a better version of it, right? I would celebrate that, right? If someone made an Anathema clone, and we can sort of see how these things go, right? With a slightly different component system, maybe, and people be like, oh, this is the Leptos to your to your U, right? You guys remember U for Rust? This thing is was like the first WASM web front-end thing to come out. It was pretty revolutionary in its way, and it looked great and all kinds of things. And then I wonder if they changed a lot, though. Probably have changed a lot, right? And then Leptos came out, right? Laptops. Oh, you gotta buy yourself a new laptop. Leptos came out, and Leptos was kind of this nicer way of doing things. So they took what was good with you and they made Leptos, right? I'm clicking. It's not working. It's not working. I mean, it's obviously not going to work, right? So they did that. And I am kind of hoping that one day someone will do the same thing so I can go back to sleep again, right? I want this to exist, but boy, do I want to be the sole maintainer of this thing? Not even a little bit. Now, there are people like Skylar and Wairu and Doddy and Londo and other people, I haven't mentioned everyone, that are submitting PRs to this, fixing my MP typos and adding new features and doing things. But so far, no one in the right mind is going to dig around some of the regions of this post, right? The way we deal with values, right? The way we deal with values is confusing if you dig into it. As a matter of fact, if we talk about that for a second, right, let's go back to the demo. This thing, this value here, the character we store in this value does not actually live in the same memory as the spinner state, right? Let's go on a little bit of a tangent here. All right, so we kind of solved all this thing. We built this in no time. Oh my God, aren't we cool? All right, let's say that we make a struct here. We're going to say that this struct is called a player. Okay, so this player has, whoops. Let's say they have some hit points. That's U8 because for some reason this game doesn't go very far. Let's say they have some mana points as well. And there's my bookmarks. And what else can they have? Okay, let's just add some gold to this as well. Okay. Use size. You can have a lot of gold. If we take this thing and, oh shit, man, I forgot the XP. Now, question is it XP as in Windows XP or is it EXP as in experience points? Now, that is a question. Right. If we take this thing, this player struct, this is made up of various fields, right? So we're gonna start off at memory address 0 in offset to this struct. Okay. Now I will prefix this with Rust does not have stable memory locations for fields, but just follow me here for a second, okay? So if this thing lives at memory address whatever, then the hit points is at memory address whatever. The mana points are at memory address whatever plus the offset of the hit points and whatever padding might be inserted in between and so on and so forth, right? Forget the fact that Rust doesn't have stable memory address now. That has nothing to do with this conversation. You're getting hung up on a detail and you need to unhung up yourself, okay? So when I say that the state here doesn't actually have a character in memory, right? This thing has a very different size, right? Can we see the size of this? It has a size of 16 bytes, right? It has a size of 32 bytes. But what's the size of a character? No, man. Okay, sorry. That's a... No. Scroll down, please. There you go. We're going to have to scroll for a bit, aren't we? Oh, you're not going to tell me? We don't... Okay, fine. If you didn't know this, the size of a character is 32 bits or 4 bytes, right? So actually, that is kind of a bit wild to talk about. Let's say, what about a string then? All right, whoops. Okay. So what's the size of a string? A string is, oh, come on, Rust. Show me. Why doesn't it show the size of a string? Okay, a string is 24 bytes, okay? A string is 24 bytes. It's the pointer to the first byte, is a capacity and a length, and they're both U sizes. So everything is 3 times 8 on a 64-bit system. Yet, our spinner state is 16 bytes. So two strings should then be 24 plus 24, 48. What is this thing? 32, right? Okay, so why is this thing, right? The values are a little bit wild because what happens is the actual data for the value is stored somewhere else. This is how we can have mutable access to the data and immutable access to the data in the widgets. So the widget can have a reference to, this is how wild it is, right? A widget can have a reference to the character. It just can't access the reference while the spinner state has. It's a little bit like RC ref cell. A little bit like that, right? And there's a reason why we didn't use RC ref cell. I don't remember it, but if you're ever going to build something like this and you start with RC ref cell, get it over and done with because you're going to realize that there's a shortcoming there that you want to get rid of. Well, okay, for one, when you mutably access a value, you have to mark this value as changed, right? This is something that you cannot do. There is no on change on an RC ref cell, right? So you would have to wrap your value, your RC ref cell inside its own value and so on and so forth, right? And more importantly, there is the moment you have an RC ref cell, the ref cell is always inside the RC. You don't have a ref cell RC unless you need that specifically for something, right? But that doesn't solve the same problem. That means that you always give mutability out. The value is very specific in that only the owner of the value can have mutable access to it, but everyone else can borrow from it, just not while the state is in play. So, for instance, during this tick function, the state can mutate whatever it wants as much as it wants. But you could never modify a widget whose state, well, widgets don't have state. You could never modify a component whose state you are currently observing. All right? That was a little bit confusing too. Long and short of it, widgets can read state, but they can never modify state. Only components can modify state. Right? But this is kind of wild how this is all patched together, right? We have this state crate where all of this stuff lives. And the value itself isn't really that complex. The value just have some phantom data. We're making sure that it's not send and seek. There are no negative trait bounds in Rust today, in stable Rust that you can use. So we have to make do with using this trick, right? By doing this, we're saying that you're not allowed to cross thread boundaries. Why is that important? Because the values that you actually store for a state lives on the same thread. We could have swapped this out for an arc mutex combo. And Acton, who did something else, he built a GUI library, which is way more impressive than this. And he did it in the fraction of the time that I did this, which makes him a terrible person. And I somehow am good. I haven't figured out the logic for that insanity yet, but I will get there someday, right? No, so he built a GUI using similar IDs, right? Where as a matter of fact, I borrowed a lot when he was sleeping and wasn't looking from his thinking and some of his ways of solving problems, right? When in the beginning of this, right? So a lot of the stuff is inspired by the conversations we've had and a lot of the work he's done on reactive values, right? Because the values are reactive, right? When you change a value in the template, if we go and do this, let's go to our demo here. And let's see, does this run now? What did I do? Okay, let's go into an index here. So if I do something like for I in state.list, text I, let's do away with this thing. I'm breaking this now. And I kind of want to keep that little pyramid, right? Because it looks cool. And let's go back to our main function and let's add a list in here, which is a value list usize. Okay, simple as. Now we're just going to say that our list is a list from iter 0 to 10 and into our value, and we're done. And let's add a key press event here on key. There we go, right? The most common event, no doubt, which is why it's at the top. Here, we're going to take our state, we're going to take our list, and we're going to remove... Actually, let's not remove anything, right? Let's just get mutably the third value. We'll unwrap that. And here we have unique access to it. This unique access is the mutability. This is what's going to allow us to modify this value and subsequently trigger change, right? So value.set maybe? No. Value, dereference value say that it's 4, right? Why not? Why don't you do the easy thing, you lark, right? Now, if I run this again, you can see that it doesn't work because I'm a muppet and I did something dumb. Oh no, there's nothing inherently wrong here. Why is it not called list? What am I doing wrong? What can someone whose parents are not related tell me what I'm doing wrong here? Because I'm really like, for I in state.list should be perfectly fine to do. I doesn't have magical meaning. I'm looking at the index. State.list. And we are definitely creating a list for our state. Oh shit. Okay. Sorry. I'm being a complete thicko. I see what I did wrong. All right. I attached this to the spinner state, not the main state. Okay. All right. Let's just make an index state here. Okay. Index state that has a list of values. My goodness, Cretaceous. I am being a thicko. And then we'll make an index component out of this as well, right? So let's have a struct index here. And let's implement the component for the index. And we add this key thing here. There we go, right? So state is going to be index state. Okay. That part is all type safe and lovely jubbly, right? Okay, so now here we're going to pass in the index and the index state where the list is now created. This is now component instead of that, and all is well. Wow. Okay, so I was using the wrong thing here. Okay, but here's the thing. Right? If I now press a button, it's going to change this one to 99. Okay. And this is where it's relevant. As a matter of fact, why don't we do this thing and we say that it's equal to, or it's plus equals to 1. Okay. And then run this. All right. What is actually happening here is that we reach into the widget tree. We know which element has changed, and that is the only element that we are updating. So if this list contained 1,000 entries, well, it wouldn't fit on screen if it did, but if it contained a lot of more entries, we are still only modifying that one component. And if that component changing doesn't affect anything around it, we're going to get to 99 here, okay? Because this component doesn't affect anything around it, nothing else is part of the layout. We are literally just calling layout on one component. Now, however, I'm going to call layout on 1 plus 9 plus 1 component, 11 components now, because I changed the size of this, which subsequently means that the border needs to change size and it needs to reflow all its children, right? So there are some really useful things we can do with these reactive values. Not only can we do that, but if we go up here and let's grab this thing, right? And say, here's a border again, here's some text, whoops. And we're going to put this value. Is it the third one, maybe? There we go, right? So we're really only changing these two. There are only 2 widgets changing in the tree as we are doing this, right? And everything with the reactive values makes it super convenient to build, to prototype, to build, to test, to see. Layout is reasonably cheap to do. We have a profiler feature flag that you can enable, and you can look at this with Puffin and so on and so forth, right? Ratatouille, you have to manage everything, focus state, figure it out, place a cursor. Yeah, you have to do a lot of manual stuff there. So this is the drawback and the advantage. We give you everything, but then you have to do everything to get to where you want to do. Anathema gives you 90% of what you want and makes some assumptions about what you're going to do. That's kind of where we are, with the option to go back down or go further in if you need to, right? So Null Pointer mentioned earlier about building a widget for a something like a spinner, right? Building a custom widget. But you don't have to, right? You just make a component that you can reuse. And do note that during this, while I'm doing all this, we are, of course, not changing the state, even though I am adding and removing components while this is running. So there are, again, some obvious benefits to it. I want to make an app framework like an Anathema on top of it to manage all this, and I found the perfect name, Linguini. That's a very good name. Also, if you want to make an app framework, there are other people making frameworks like this in our community. If you want to build your own version of Anathema or make a framework like that or whatever, then feel free to ask me questions. This isn't like, oh, it's all mine. If you copy me, I'll die, right? I need a drink of water. But so not all like that. If anyone wants to build something like this, I'm more than happy to talk about things. I would happily save you the pain that I have suffered. I would happily tell you what to avoid if you want to build something like this. Again, for instance, if you make it reactive, avoid RC ref cell, right? Because that's going to bite you. And the other thing why I didn't go the route of arc mutex is there is a performance thing there to consider, but probably not that big. I'm happy that Anathema is single-threaded. I'm comfortable with it. The disadvantage is that you cannot create states on other threads and send them across, right? You have to create the data, translate the data or transfer the data, and then you can change that. The disadvantage is deadlocks. Oh my God. And these are conversations that I've had with Ekton, or conversations he's had in my direction when he's talked about things. He's built in like deadlock detection and stuff, I think, in his code. And that is just way too much work, right? Like, I wouldn't trust myself to write deadlock detection that didn't affect performance in an uncomfortable way or something like that, right? So single-threaded, no deadlocks, and the only rules that you have to adhere to is that, well, you don't have to adhere to anything. The rules are built into the compiler, right? It's going to prevent you from getting mutable access to any state that you don't own, right? Thank you so much for that one, Doorstack, for the upvote. Is Elm Arc essentially the same as Ruby on Rails MVC? Elm architecture is more like a React thing, right? Isn't it? No, wait. That is not right, okay? The Elm architecture is about message passing, I think, fundamentally, right? You construct components that takes messages, and this is actually a really beautiful idea, right? It can become very noisy if you ever try to use Iced or any of these, or Elm, right? You will find that it is a message passing architecture. So if you want to affect state, you do so by sending a message to the component, and the component will then affect the state. So why is this beautiful? Well, it means that the component has the state, and you can't with this state outside of the component. The state, if you've dealt with, it's like the opposite of global state. It's obviously not, right? That's kind of nonsensical conversation. But with global state, everything can change. Anyone can change it. It can become difficult, right? To know what instigated a change and so on and so forth. Right? Now, we don't have the Elm architecture here, but components own the state. Only a component is allowed to change its state, right? The same thing can probably be said for a lot of other things, and that is not all that is the Elm architecture. But I think the component and the message passing is a big part of it. If we look at the Elm, what do we call this thing? Like the Elm architecture, right? Elm architecture. What this means, right? Yeah, you have the message passing and to change the component state. So let's see if we have some kind of, well, it's a model view update thing here. What happens within the Elm program, it always breaks into three parts. Model the state of your application, view the way you turn state into HTML. I guess this is what I refer to as a component, and an update. So the update based on message, right? So these are written as three separate things, but when I played around with Elm, which is a long time ago, I do remember, sorry, maybe it's time for me to go to bed. I do remember having components with associated messages. As a matter of fact, maybe we can just see the an Elm example. So here we have a tutorial. If we look at this thing, we could probably see the component in here. That would be the messages that you accept into your... Okay, so this is the model. The model that's changing based... Or no, sorry, this is the model. This is the update that is changing the model based on... oh, you can't unselect these? All right, then. Thank you. Thank you, GitHub, for another wonderful feature. It irks me. All right, I can't even get rid of it. There we go. Okay, so forget that. This is your state, right? This is your your model, your data representation or whatever, right? In this case, it's just an integer, but be it a player or whatever, right? This is the message type that you're going to use to perform an update to the model. And then you have the view, which is deciding how things should look, right? So I don't know why I kept throwing the word component in there, but here you kind of see how this works. I think the actor model seemed to be synonymous with message passing to a lot of people, but it really isn't. The actor model is so much more. It is about sending messages to mailboxes, but it's also about how these things runs. It's about supervisors and all these things, right? So the actor model is quite... So first of all, there is no strict definition. There is a paper on the actor model from somewhere in the 70s, I think. But this includes so many things that saying that message passing is the actor model is a little bit like saying that phone calls are like emails in the way that they will transmit data from one sender to a receiver, right? It is about communication, but it's not the same, right? Which is why I would be reluctant to refer to it as the actor model, right? Because again, there are no supervisors, there are no actors, there are no mailboxes, there are none of that is in there. I mean, again, everything is just... We don't have to get hung up on this detail, but everything is just... whoops, that was not what I was supposed to do. My apologies. Oh shit, I broke it. I broke it. All right. Whoops. Oh, mierda. We had a version bump, didn't we? All right. Not even running the latest version. Now I probably have to restart this whole thing because I'm a big old nonsense, right? Wait, why are you failing to build? Yeah, let's run it again, because if it doesn't compile the first time, it will definitely compile the second time you do it. I didn't have any breaking changes. Is this on the router and the agent TX? Yeah, it is. We can't, because this takes ownership of self. We have to move this back to the agent. That makes sense. And I'm happy I saw that before I pushed anything anywhere. Whoopsie doodles. So this thing takes ownership. So it's just going to be self.tx. There we go. All right. Am I ready for that? Yes, I could be ready for that. Okay. Oh, Nelly. Yes. Okay. Right. So I was supposed to copy the mixed nuts message and do this, because that is just silly and funny. There you go. You're a quote now, son. I broke this thing somehow as well. So why don't I fix that while we're at it? So let's go to our hack bar. There you go, right? Yeah, okay. Apparently it turns out, unfortunately, I've run out of time. You guys have been lovely as per usual. The bot's not even running. And I've meandered around a lot. It can be so rude sometimes. Yes, I meander around a lot about what we talked about and the likes. We got a new version now. That's exciting. And I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do next, though, right? We're going to enjoy the summer heat. And I will go and think about what I've done. And you should do too. And I will be back tomorrow, a little bit later, but we're doing a sponsored segment tomorrow. So if you guys are interested in programming with AI, join me tomorrow for some vibe coding. Yes, I am doing vibe coding tomorrow. You heard it. So that will be it. And I will be back then. I just got to do some things in the morning. All right. Enjoy the rest of your day.